leadoff. Number 13, Elliot Peter is at second base. Peter at second. Batting third, number 5, Jace DeMann is DeMann in center field. Cleanup hitter, number 20, Ben Stratman, the catcher. Stratman bats fourth. Number 9, Charlie Saul in position number 9, right field. Saul in right. Number 3, Cade Seabaugh, position number 3, first base. Seabaugh bats sixth. Number 16, Brendan Collins will be stationed in left field today. Collins in left. Batting eighth, he's Al Money, the third baseman. Money bats eighth. Batting ninth, number 1, Dylan Kleinedler. Kleinedler at shortstop. On the mound for Hope College in this first game of the series, number 24, Ian Sanders. Sanders pitching for Hope. Now, fans, we invite you to please rise. Remove all headgear. Our flag now flying proudly just over the scoreboard in left center field. Please enjoy this rendition of our national anthem by friend of the program, Mr. Lee Greenwood.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Lee, and thank you, fans.
Lakeshore, as we welcome you to MIAA baseball in a
MIAA
pivotal
is the
series this weekend as the Albion Britons visit Boovie Stadium here at Hope College to take on the Hope College Flying Dutchman, and a chance for Hope to kind of get back into the tournament pictures. They were on life support 2 weeks ago, but they've won 3 of 4. Albion's won 5 of 8. Albion in 4th place in conference with a 6-6 record. Hope at 4-8, but just 2 games out of the tournament picture as we welcome you on this Friday afternoon. Hi, everybody. Mike Coleman to call the action. And Ian Sanders will be on the mound for the Flying Dutchman today. He's been one of the best pitchers on this roster for Ryan Doro. We'll get to his numbers in a second, but it's a battle of 2 first-year head coaches. Matt Ricks in his first year with Albion, and Ryan Doro in his rookie campaign as the head coach for Hope College. So Albion, who has not made the MIAA tournament since 2021, trying to sneak into things here, favored 5th in the conference in the preseason poll. Hope was favored 3rd, but my goodness, 10 days ago, Hope College was down to their last pulse on life support. And after a disappointing loss against Olivet at Olivet, giving up 2 in the bottom of the 9th, they came storming back with a doubleheader win here last Saturday, and then a huge victory over the Kalamazoo Hornets on Wednesday, and a great pitching performance by Mason Belmore, the senior out of Battle Creek. Now, can Ian Sanders, the junior, return the favor that Belmore contributed, as Sanders comes in with a 3.41 ERA in his 6th start of the year, picked up his first win in his last outing against Olivet in that doubleheader victory. He'll face Chris Stoyanovsky, the right fielder, Riker Maisie, the shortstop, batting 2nd, Evan Schuster in center field, batting 3rd. First 3 as the first pitch is back to the screen. 67 degrees, overcast, no rain at the moment. But before we go any farther, I want to give a huge shout out to groundskeeping crew Chief Jim Spielman We had an inch of standing water right around third base a few hours ago. So that one laced right into the Hope dugout. And the crew was able to just make this field look about as normal as can be. We're quite sure if we were going to have baseball, but my goodness, we're playing. Single game today. We'll go 9 in regulation. Doubleheader at Albion tomorrow. Strike call. Stoyanovsky caught looking. Sanders, who's averaging 7 strikeouts per 9. How about these numbers for Sanders in his last 3 starts? Preston at starting action because of the injury to Trent Johnson, MIAA Pitcher of the Year last year. But in his last 3 starts, Sanders 1-0 with a 1.12 ERA. He has been automatic Joe as he starts off Maisie with a strike. Riker Maisie, shortstop, batting .317, has got a home run. Bats from the right side, light blue bat. Chopper, fouled left side. Rest of the order for Albion, cleanup hitter Austin Stevens. He'll be the DH. Third baseman, batting 5th, Braden Emery. Kevin White batting 6th at first base. Catcher, Sam Archambault, batting 7th. Drew Ribble gets his 5th start of the year at second base, batting 8th. And Carson Dunn will be the left fielder in the number 9 slot as they will face Ian Sanders, the 6'4", 200-pound junior from Granville, former Bulldog. We'll get to the Hope defense in just a moment, just underway. Good battle, off-speed pitches by Sanders. Brendan Collins in left, Jace DeMann in center, Charlie Saul in right. Up the middle in the infield, it's Dylan Kleinedler, the senior, Elliot Peter, second baseman, Cade Seabaugh first, Al Money, 4-year starter at third, and Ben Stratman behind the plate. 2 other games starting today. Well, one started earlier, a big matchup, and one of the marquee matchups between Adrian and Calvin. Adrian with a half-game lead over Calvin coming into this weekend's play. We'll get some updates for you in those games as Alma is also in action today. Against Olivet, Kalamazoo and Trine moved their game today to yesterday, and the Hornets, with a much-needed win, defeated Trine 12-2 and 7. So Hope comes in 6th place. Top 4 teams in the conference make the tournament. And Albion, like we said, in the 4th and final place. Slider outside. Well, the only thing about overcast skies here at Bowie is the fact you can see the scoreboard plain as day. When it's sunny out, I'm not saying bring binoculars, but outfield straight up. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Might have got a piece of it. Went up the ladder. And Maisie is punched out for out number 2. Corbin Bennett's the fine freshman for Hope out of Jenison. Not on the lineup today. Brendan Collins takes over for him in left field. Bennett's went out after the second inning in Wednesday's victory, and Collins came in for him. Not sure if he's with an injury or what have you. That one well hit into right field. Saul charging. He's going to have to play it on a hop as it takes a funky bounce. Seemed to die in right field. And a 2-out single by Schuster. Came in batting .356. Schuster's a power hitter. First in the MIAA in doubles with 13, but he's on with a 2-out single. Austin Stevens, the designated hitter. For an Albion team, they don't have gaudy numbers as far as batting average. .248 in conference, .259 overall, but they've had really good pitching, especially in MIAA games, and really, really outstanding power. Third in the league in extra base hits. They don't score a lot of runs, but the pitching makes up for that. There's a strike call. Emory on deck. Albion a winner on Wednesday. They defeated Olivet 10-3. Brendan Schultz took that victory in relief with his 3 innings of work. That one fouled over us. Mason Belmore improved to 4-5 on Wednesday with a beautiful performance against Kalamazoo. As Belmore went 7 innings, gave up just 6 hits, 3 earned runs, and he struck out 6 and kind of made up for a really poor outing on April 1st when Kalamazoo rocked him. So congrats to Mason Belmore and the Dutchman. Lifted, right side, Seabaugh gives chase. Hoping their orange tops today with the Dutchman capital script across the chest. Saw the white on white on Wednesday. Albion, the three-tone colors of gray pants, purple jerseys, and the gold helmet. Money deep at third, hugging the bag. Decent lead at first for Schuster. He's got 7 stolen bases for a team that doesn't run a lot, pretty much the same numbers as Hope coming in. But my, oh my, opponents have really teed off on Hope as far as stolen bases on the season. 78 stolen bases in 30 games. 1-2, 2 outs, swing and a miss. Stevens waves in an outside slider. Single does not hurt the Flying Dutchman as Albion leaves one on the base paths. No score. Hope comes to bat for their first time. Hear from Boovie right after this on the Hope Sports Network.
Sports, like healthcare, requires commitment, teamwork, and excellence. That's why Hope College selected Holland Hospital and Shoreline Orthopedics to provide athletic training and physical therapy for all Hope College athletes. Get the care you deserve. Trust the team that exceeds expectations. The Holland Hospital and Shoreline Orthopedics Sports Medicine Collaborative.
Hope College is bat in the bottom of the first, and they're going to have their hands full with one of the premier pitchers in the MIAA. Cole Giesecke, the junior out of Ottawa Lake, Michigan. Played his high school baseball at Ottawa Lake Whiteford. 5-2 in the year with a .230 ERA, making his 8th start. So the left-hander, who had a no-hitter against Trine on April 4th in 8 innings of work, will take over. 11-8 in his career with a .336. And this is a pitcher that only walks 3.5 per 9. Strikes out over 10 per 9 innings of work. And get this, his most impressive stat, just giving up less than 4.5 hits per 9 innings of work. He just does not allow base runners. And of the hits he does relinquishes, no extra base power. But Hope with a predominantly right-handed lineup, just one left-handed bat, that's Cade Seabaugh. So it'll be Colton Kinney leading off. He'll be the DH. Elliot Peter batting second. He's at second base as Giesecke delivers over but low. Jace DeMann batting third in center field. The cleanup hitter, catcher Ben Stratman. Charlie Saul gets his 5th straight start in right field, batting 5th. Cade Seabaugh, first baseman, in the 6th slot. Right behind him in 7, left fielder Brendan Collins. Good battle by Colton Kinney against Giesecke. Al Money batting 8th, the third baseman, and Dylan Kleinedler making his 6th straight start. Played some great baseball, batting 9th at shortstop. Kleinedler, one of the heroes in Wednesday's game with a couple of base hits, both doubles. One was a 2-run double. Cade Seabaugh had a 2-run home run, 3 RBI for the day. Kinney, the transfer out of Western Michigan University, Birmingham Seaholm High School. I almost said Seafoam. I think I did. And who doesn't like Seafoam? 2-2. Another foul to the right side. Kinney comes in with a .393 batting average. 3 home run, 22 RBI. He has taken over the RBI lead over Corbin Bennett's on Hope's baseball team, but Bennett's has not played. he didn't play much in the last game and does not figure to play today. Line drive, base hit. Kinney wins the battle. You saw a lot of pitches from Giesecke, and a leadoff single sharply. Liner up the box. Nobody out for Elliot Peter. This is a good defense, Albion. Second fewest errors in the MIAA. And they've turned 15 double plays, and they will set themselves up into double play depth. For Elliot Peter, the product of Zionsville, Indiana. Giesecke jams Peter. Check swing back to the screen as Giesecke works third base side of the rubber. For Elliot, he has just been steady Eddie. He's been on base 28 of the 30 games he has played in for the Dutchman. Late on the fastball. Good rip. 2 for 3 on Wednesday with a hit by pitch and a walk for Peter. Swing and a miss. Another straight fastball, and Peter goes down on strikes. Just straight power from Giesecke. We talked about it. 10.3 strikeouts per 9. On a torrid pace, one of the hottest hitters in the MIAA currently, Jace DeMann out of South Christian High School. Looks at a high heater. DeMann coming in at .330 on the season. That one, well hit, trouble, done. Reaching back, and that one's up against the fence. Rounding third and putting on the brakes is Kinney. Is pounding one down the left field line as Jace DeMann for his 8th double of the season. And Hope in business with 1 out in the bottom of the first. That hit by DeMann now presses his hitting streak to 7 games. And he has just been a double machine. Five doubles now in his last 5 games for DeMann. First pitch swinging is Ben Stratman. Stratman started his year in non-conference play with hits in 7 straight, but was batting .472 before MIAA play started, and he's been trying to find the bat in conference games. And that one hit Stratman. Got him in the lower extremity. Bases are full of Dutchman setting the plate for Charlie Saul. Fifth time that Giesecke has plucked a batter. Charlie Saul has really shown some good extra base power in his career, junior out of Batavia, Illinois. "12 hits on the year, but 6 of those have been extra base hits. 4 doubles, a triple, and a home run for Saul. He's looking at a strike at the knees. Umpire crew today is Malik Baker. He'll be behind home plate. Thomas Russell and Jeffrey Knapp. Knapp, who was one of the umpires in Wednesday's game. 1 out, bases loaded. Over but low. Boy, a shake of the head by Giesecke on the mound. Solid 240. 4 doubles on the year. Does have a home run. Check swing. That one down low. Just straight power from Giesecke against Saul. 3 straight fastballs. And Giesecke in a little bit of a hole. Hope batting .287 in conference at third best in the league. Waves at a fastball. 3 straight down and then 1 up in the zone. Averaging 6.5 runs per game. That's second in conference games for Hope. And they have turned it on in the last 4, averaging over 11 runs per game as they've won 3 of their last 4. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Six pitches, all fastballs by Giesecke. His second strikeout. That's what you want, a non-contact out. Cade Seabaugh, the junior, steps to the plate. Out of Baldwin, Missouri. He waves at a fastball. Boy, heads up play by Kinney. He was ready to go if that ball got away from Giesecke on the throwback. Two outs for Hope. Seabaugh just trying to make some contact. That was a huge strikeout by Giesecke against Charlie Saul. And for Seabaugh, he's finally found his home run stroke. All his home runs, which he has 4, have come in the last 7 games. And he's had 2 round trippers in his last 3. Awaits the hitters, the pitcher's count. Waste pitch makes it 1 ball and 2 strikes to Seabaugh. Comes in at 273, 31 walks, is top 10 in Division III baseball. With that patented crouch from the left side. Pop-up, out of play, new life for Cade. Tough spot for Seabaugh with the crafty pitcher on the mound as Giesecke trying to get out of a jam. Check swing. Did he go? He did not. Tried to tempt him with a slider outside half. Good take by Seabaugh. He's got a discerning eye. We talked about it. 31 walks, leads the MIAA. Top 10 nationally. Big pitch. Big breath by Giesecke. Swing and a miss, off speed. My, oh my, Giesecke strikes out the side. Strides off the mound as Hope strands 3. No score after 1 here at Bowie Stadium in Holland.
Gentex is a tech company supplying electro-optical products to the global automotive, aerospace, and fire protection industries. With focused competencies in design, vision, displays, software, and more, we're always looking for engineering talent. For our direct hire hourly production positions, we run open interviews Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 at our 58 East Riley facility in Zeeland. And our facilities, benefits, and culture are everything you'd expect from a world-class employer. Now's the time to join Team Gentex.
Holland BPW is proud to support Hope Athletics and commitment to energy efficiency. It's easy for Holland BPW electric customers to get started with Home Energy 101 at hollandenergyfund.com. With Home Energy 101, learn the best ways to maximize efficiency and save on your utility bills. You also get a kit of energy-saving supplies valued at up to $300. Get started at hollandenergyfund.com today.
Second inning as Hope strands the bases loaded with only 1 out. Back-to-back strikeouts by Cole Giesecke. Got himself out of a huge pickle. And now Ian Sanders will work inning number 2. He allowed a single, but he too struck out the side in the first. 2 power pitchers going at it. Braden Emery, who had a grand slam in Wednesday's victory over Olivet. 4 home runs, 26 RBIs. He's got power, but nobody strikes out more than him in conference games. As Sanders delivers upstairs for ball 1. I've got a nice tidbit from Sports Information Director Alan Babbitt we'll get to in a second. Ryan Doro, head coach for Hope, played his baseball at Adrian College, but Allen was digging out some pretty good numbers in Doro's career against Albion in his MIAA career. There's a strike at the knees. Ryan Doro, .422 average all-time against the Britons. 19 of 45 with 12 RBI in his career against Albion. I love everything about those tidbits. And I was talking with Alan just before the game. I said he's developed a reputation for coming up with really obscure stuff, which I am completely about. So my thanks to Alan. Nobody better. That one, home run power, but well fouled on the left field line. Updated score from Olivet Alma, who swept both Albion and Hope this year, third place in the MIAA. Early lead over the Comets 3-1. And Calvin started early in at Adrian against the Bulldogs in Adrian, Southeast Michigan. Adrian comes in with a half-game lead in conference play, and it's all Bulldogs after 6, 9-1. They'll play a doubleheader tomorrow. So those two top teams in the food chain of the conference trying to beat each other up. Off speed and a beauty. Emery goes down. 4 outs, 4 strikeouts for Ian Sanders. Sanders' ERA has been outstanding. 1.12 in his last 3 starts. His second to last start against Alma, he had a 6 strikeout performance. That's his career high. As he starts out, Gavin White, who also had a home run on Wednesday with the ball. 269 for White, couple home runs. Like we said, not gaudy numbers for Albion. 248 average, 6 runs per game, less than 9 hits per game. But a lot of doubles. There's a strike. A lot of extra base power. And they walk a considerable amount, too, so their on-base percentage is decent considering they don't get a mass volume of base hits. 2-1 offering, high and away. But really their success, especially in conference, has been their pitching. They have an ERA just under 5 overall, but the ERA in conference, 4.05. That's third best behind Calvin and Adrian. There's a strike. So that's what's kept them in the race. They've won 5 of 8. But the run production has picked up in that 8-game stretch. 7.5 runs per game. 4 extra base hits per game in the last 8. And an ERA of 3.65. That'll win you a few. Full count on White, upright stance, awaits a 3-2, lifts one weakly out of play right side. Tried to hang him up with the off-speed, did Sanders. So we'll keep close tally on the happenings around the MIAA today. Outside, missed off the mark, and White is on with a 1-out walk. 5.5 walks per 9 for Sanders, but as a starter, making his 6th start through his first 5 starts, his walk per 9 ratio below 4, so he's really improved in that aspect as he works out of the stretch. White with 4 steals, not bad speed, as Sam Archambault, the catcher today for Albion, out of Maumee High School in Maumee, Ohio. 234 average. Looks at a hard slider. Archambault took over most of the catching duties this year. Only had 20 at-bats last year as a freshman. But coming off a career-high 3-hit game against Heidelberg on Tuesday as Albion had a non-conference win against, I think they're the Student Princes if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they are, says Alan Babbitt. Grounder, charging, Kleinedler. He had to back up, double clutch to first, gets the out. I think just the fact that Kleinedler had to hesitate, trying to gauge the ground ball, had no choice but to go to first as White takes second. 2 gone for Drew Ribble, making just his 5th start of the year. Brighton High School graduate. That jam job, Ribble puts it out to the right side. Good chance for Ribble to collect his first RBI of the year, batting 143 coming in. Most of the numbers for Albion's offense comes really in the first 5 in the order for Matt Ricks. Taken all the way, strike called. Carson Dunn on deck. Hope's ERA, 8.16 overall through 30 games, but ERA much improved in conference play. 6.18 ERA, about 2 runs better, and that has helped them. Little jam job. Kate Sebaugh's got it at first, and the threat is over. Base runners in the first 2 innings for Albion, but nothing to show for it. As we head to the bottom of the second, and a scoreless tie in the first of 3 today and tomorrow between Albion and Hope.
Are you thinking about buying, selling, or refinancing? Your title agency matters, and you have a choice. Lighthouse Title started in Holland, Michigan more than 20 years ago and has grown to over 45 locations. We are proud to be local in these communities. Visit Lighthouse Title for more information and use our online widget Louis the Lightkeeper to chat with someone today about how we can help you close on your new home.
Believe you'll see it all comes together. My dream, I bleed, I'll give the better part of me. Be free, break free, release, destroy the enemy. Just breathe. Fight for the power. Stand your ground, don't let it go. Fight for the power. Can't be scared when you're in the dark. You should never let the fear make you run away. Fire still burning for another day. Fight for the power.
Oh, he's got another one! He's got another one! Oh, wow! As that ball bounces across the middle, he is onside.
Last 4 minutes of the first half. With Tim Ramphos and Steve Secor, I'm Mike Coleman. Thanks to my broadcast crew today. Looking at overcast skies today, but if you live in the area, which a lot of you do, checking in, or even down at Albion, it was crazy weather this morning as Collins nubs one foul off Cole Giesecke. Collins, followed by Al Money and Dylan Kleinedler. Collins gets the start in left field. That was his position last year. We've seen a lot of right field from him, and he golfs that one down the line. Could be extra bases. Big turn by Collins. Sliding up against the fence is done, and Collins glides into second with his first double of the year. A leadoff hit to start the second. Two sharp base hits by Kinney in the first and Collins here in the second double of the day. And this is a pitcher, Giesecke, that does not allow extra base power, just 3 doubles allowed in 43 innings of work, and Hope already has 2 in the tally book in that department. Here's Al Money. Bunt, third base side, is going to advance the base runner. Slinging it to first is Emery. And Al Money does his job with the sacrifice. Putall goes 5-3. Collins to third, 1 out for Dylan Kleinedler. Kleinedler took over for freshman Carter Perry a few games ago, and he has just made the most of his starting opportunity. That one lifted foul right side. The senior out of Sterling Heights, Stevenson. He's just been a plug-and-play utility player in the infield for Stu Fritz and now Ryan Darrow, but his offense is as good as it's been in his career, and this is his senior campaign. Ground ball, chopper to Emery. Eludes the tag, does Collins, and Kleinedler safe at first. It's going to be a fielder's choice, but more importantly, Collins eludes the tag. Good heads-up base running. And that's the top of the order in Colton Kinney, who golfed one into left field his first time up. Now, Matt Ricks, the head coach in his first year with Albion, wants a explanation of the tag at third, but looks like Collins was able to slip underneath it. So you probably hear Baby Shark in the background. Well, players get to choose their walk-up song, but if you're a freshman, the walk-up song is chosen for you, and I'm sure Colton Kinney is all over it. Who knows? Maybe you'll pick that song next year, too. He might become attached to it. We'll see. We'll see next year. Kinney with 22 RBI. 8-game hitting streak now for Colton with that single back in the first. He is 13 for his last 29. The batting average approaching .450 in that span. Strike called at the knees. Good pitch by Giesecke. And Kinney in the hole. Been an RBI machine, 10 in his last 9 games and 19 in his last 13. One out, runners at the corner. Line drive, base hit. Getting down, pass done as he bobbles it. Into score comes Collins. Kinney to second base, and he is cut down at second. He'll get credit, though, for the RBI single. And the put out for out number 2. But Kinney's single gives Hope the 1-0 lead. It almost looked like it was an automatic base hit, but then it hung up a little bit. Dunn had a play, potentially, but skittered off his glove, and it could have been worse. It only went 5 feet behind him. So the runners at second and third, 2 out. Big bat for Elliott Peter and the Dutchman leading 1-0. Now 4 hits. In fact, the most hits that Giesecke has allowed in a game. I checked that. Runner at third. Kinney was out at second. I apologize. But for Giesecke, in his first 7 starts, ball down low to Peter. Only 5, check that, 6 hits allowed for Giesecke in a start. That was his last one. That went over us. 7 innings in the loss at Alma on the 11th. And Hope with 4 already, but they stranded the bases loaded in the first inning, trying to make hay atone with 2 outs. Peter down the left field line. Base hit. Run scores. Big turn. Peter's heading to second. Head first slide. Not in time. Third double of the day and second of the inning for the Flying Dutchman. And Peter's 21st RBI has provided Hope with a 2-0 lead. Left field has been a popular spot for the deposit area of Hope's base hits. 7th double of the year for Peters. 2-0 Hope. Klein Edler into score. 5 hits now for Hope. Giesecke powers a fastball on the inside corner to Jace DeMann, who had the first of the 3 doubles today for Hope. Hope 6th in the league in extra base power in conference games. Came in 6th in doubles, but they already have 3 today. Is pulling the string is Giesecke. And Jace out in front of that one. No balls and 2 strikes. That's what Giesecke does. He gets ahead in the count. He's got a good off-speed, good slider, but he's got a really good fastball. And he challenges DeMann, and DeMann swung and missed at the knees. 4 strikeouts for Giesecke, but 2 in the books for Hope on 3 hits, and they strand 1. We've played 2, Hope 2, Albion nothing.
Sports, like healthcare, requires commitment, teamwork, and excellence. That's why Hope College selected Holland Hospital and Shoreline Orthopedics to provide athletic training and physical therapy for all Hope College athletes. Get the care you deserve. Trust the team that exceeds expectations. The Holland Hospital and Shoreline Orthopedics Sports Medicine Collaborative.
Gentex is a tech company supplying electro-optical products to the global automotive, aerospace, and fire protection industries. With focused competencies in design, vision, displays, software, and more, we're always looking for engineering talent. For our direct hire hourly production positions, we run open interviews Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 at our 58 East Riley facility in Zeeland. And our facilities, benefits, and culture are everything you'd expect from a world-class employer. Now's the time to join Team Gentex.
Former all-conference outfielder as a freshman, Carson Dunn, out of East Kentwood High School in Grand Rapids. Starts things off for Albion. Senior now, Dunn. Slow start for him, just 185 as Ian Sanders just throwing strikes. And he has been staked to a 2-0 lead. 2-5-0 for Hope, 0-1-0 for Albion. That one chopped into the Hope dugout off to the left. Back in 2023, Dunn's all-conference years, he looks at a beautiful curveball, and he's out on strikes. 4 strikeouts now for Ian Sanders. His career high is 6, top of the order. And Chris Stoyanovsky, he struck out looking to begin things. This is outside with a curve for Stoyanovsky. Good power in his career. There's a strike on the outside corner. Had 9 home runs last year, led his team. That was 3rd best in the MIAA. He was 2 for 5 in Wednesday's victory against Olivet. That one deep but playable as Saul steps back, turns faces, and a long out for Stoyanovsky for out number 2. Good contact, but plenty of room. 330 down the lines here at Boovie Stadium. Power gaps, left center 385. Right center, 355, and anybody's guessed straightaway center field. High chopper, nice. Shoulder high, hop to Al Money, 3 up and 3 down. Pitcher's dream. 5 retired straight by Ian Sanders, and Hope will take their 2-0 lead in the bottom half of the 3rd right here on the Hope Sports Network.
Holland BPW is proud to support Hope Athletics and commitment to energy efficiency. It's easy for Holland BPW electric customers to get started with Home Energy 101 at hollandenergyfund.com. With Home Energy 101, learn the best ways to maximize efficiency and save on your utility bills. You also get a kit of energy-saving supplies valued at up to $300. Get started at hollandenergyfund.com today.
A good Friday to everyone on this Friday as we get set for the Easter weekend. Cole Giesecke on the mound for Albion. He's a challenge pitcher. 39 pitches, 30 strikes. He's definitely been around the plate, but Hope has taken advantage of it. As they lead 2-0. 3 doubles have paced their offense. Updated scores from Adrian. Bulldogs all over the Knights 11-2, and Olivet now trails Alma 3-2. Well, if you're a Hope fan, that's in the 3rd inning. Thank you, Alan Babbitt. If you're a Hope fan, you're pulling for Olivet to knock Alma down a peg. His first pitch swinging is Stratman. Alma comes in 3rd in the conference, 7-4 record, a team that swept the Flying Dutchman. And Albion, too, was swept by Alma. Left center, down for a hit. Solid contact for the Dutchman today. 3 straight innings where they've led off with a base hit. And Ben Stratman, who came in 3 for his last 26, is on for the second time. His first base hit of the day, a solid single. Nobody out for Charlie Saul. He struck out with the bases loaded for out number 2 back in the 1st inning as Giesecke quelled a potential big inning for Hope. Saul waves at a fastball, and Saul struck out on 3 straight heaters. Giesecke hasn't walked anybody. He doesn't really walk anyone, just 3.5 per 9. Saul takes it for a strike. These two teams will play tomorrow at Albion beginning at 1 o'clock for the doubleheader. Good stop by the catcher, Archambault. Right side, chasing is Stojanoviski. Stratman, though, takes second base as Saul flies out. How about Stratman with the wheels at catcher? Heady play by the senior, puts himself in scoring position. Productive out for Charlie Saul as he moves the base runner. 1 out, runner at second for Cade Seabaugh. He struck out with the bases loaded to end the 1st. Only left-handed bat in the lineup for Hope as things get a little bit darker here at Boovie Stadium. Not much wind out to left center, 5 mile an hour or so. We've seen a lot of base hits in that vicinity, though. 1 out, 1 on the 0-1. There's a strike. Good placement on the outside edge for Giesecke. Alma now leads Olivet 4-2. They've tacked on another run. Good fight off by Seabaugh. Top 4 in the order for Hope, all with a base hit in this one. Colton Kinney 2 for 2. RBIs by Elliott Peter with a double and Kinney with a single. It's been our scoring. There's a strike. Seabaugh caught looking. He's frozen. 5 strikeouts now by Giesecke. And a big one, 2 outs. I'll leave it up to Brendan Collins, who doubled and scored in the 2-run second. Collins came in at 243, but picked things up, batting over 300 in his last 10. As Giesecke's been around the plate all afternoon. Wave and a miss. Oh, it wasn't the seat, it was me. That one well hit. Drifting back is Schuster. Extra bases for Collins as he rolls into second with his second double of the day. That one had home run power, but big gap in left center. And Collins picks up the RBI, his 11th of the year, and Hope's lead is extended to 3-0 over one of the more premier pitchers in the MIAA, and the fourth double of the day. So Collins came in with just one home run, no extra base hits except that home run, and now he's got his second double in his many trips to the plate. He stands at second. Go out, good 2-out piece of hitting. Outside. Looking at doubles in a game for the Flying Dutchman. They had 5 at Franklin. I believe that was not in Florida. That was either in Indiana or Indiana. That is a season high for them in that department. 3-7-0 for Hope, 0-1-0 for Albion. So the 4 is second best. They also had a 4 double day against Penn State Altoona in the victory. That one over but low. Boy, Albion bench wanted that one. 3-1 the count for Al Money. He is a leader all time in Hope College baseball history. He is the Ron Hunt of D3 College for Hope, the most hit by pitches for any Hope player in their 100-plus year of baseball, and he draws a 2-out walk. First walk that Giesecke is allowed. 42 strikes and 52 pitches for Giesecke. He's had base runners in every inning. He has scuffled. 7 hits, the most he's allowed all season long. Here's Kleinedler. Strike called, and Giesecke set a school record last year with 74 strikeouts, most ever by a Briton in a season. Wave with the bat as Kleinleder in a hole. 60th pitch coming up for Giesecke. 5 strikeouts already for Cole. Kleinedler just trying to protect the plate. Swing and a miss. Got him on the inside corner. Side is retired. Hope adds a run. They lead 3-0. Double by Brendan Collins brings a run home. Albion to bat in the 4th. Right after this on the HSN. With our producer, Tim Ramphos, I'm Mike Coleman on this Friday afternoon. Good Friday to you all. Top of the 4th. First pitch swinging, well hit. Trouble going back is Demand. That one is up against the wall. Extra bases for Evan Schuster as he checks in with a leadoff double to start the 4th for the Britons. his 14th of the year, and that leads the MIAA. Just the second hit allowed by Sanders, who's been around the plate just as much as Giesecke for Albion has. 46 pitches, 34 strikes coming into the top of the fourth inning. Tying run is on the on-deck circle. Heart of the batting order for Matt Ricks. Austin Stevens struck out in the first. Waves at a slider. That one gets away from Stratman, and checking into third is Schuster with ease. It's going to be a pass ball. Snuck under Stratman's glove. Now Sanders and Stratman going to talk things over. Nobody out. Leadoff double. I want to thank everybody checking into the broadcast today on YouTube. You can catch the Albion broadcast tomorrow beginning at 1 o'clock, first of two between these two ball clubs. Alma has now stretched a lead over Olivet. That's 5-2 in Olivet today. Final from Adrian. Bulldogs all over Calvin, 12-2. So they take the first of three this weekend. And they take a game-and-a-half lead over Calvin. That one is going to get the run home. Backing up as Collins, still drifting back, still reaching up, and he won't get it. Stevens gives it a ride. Back-to-back doubles have given Albion their first run of the day. That might have had a chance. Collins ran out of real estate, gave it a good effort. That's an earned run. Against Sanders, just his third earned run he's allowed in his last 17 innings. That one well hit. Demand drifts back, makes the grab. Tagging up at second is Stevens. And the throw up the line, Stevens in safely. Emery hit it hard, but right to Demand for out number one. Good contact by Albion in this top of the fourth. First baseman Gavin White trying to close this deficit to one with a runner on third. Sanders struck out the side in the first inning, had a strikeout in the second and the third. Would love a strikeout here. That one gets away from Stratman off the glove. Underhand toss to the plate. Safe is Stevens. That's a wild pitch given to Sanders. Boy, tough when you've got a runner at third. Seventh of the year in the wild pitch department for Sanders. Just like that, Albion tacks on two. We got a 3-2 score. We're in the fourth. Late on the fastball. Only walk given up by Sanders was to this man, Gavin White, back in the second. Good scoop by Stratman for Gavin White. He's had a double, triple, and a home run in his last two games. Home run came on Wednesday when he went 2 for 3 with a home run and a double and a walk. He was on base 3 times in that 10-3 victory over Olivet. Fouled right side. So Adrian with a win today. Calvin, they've been the upstart in the MIAA. They were preseason favored 6th in the poll for MIAA placement. Still in second place, but an Alma win would put Alma just a game back at Calvin for second place, and a one-out walk to Gavin White here in the fourth. Second time White has drawn a free pass. One gone for the catcher, Sam Archambault. He's a pitching coach for Hope coming out to talk to Sanders. pitching coach Nathan Wargalet for Hope. Well, Sanders was cruising through 3, just 1 hit allowed. He's given up back-to-back doubles to start the inning. And an Albion offense that has averaged 7.5 runs in their last 8 games. We talked about their extra base power. Second in the lead in doubles, they have 2. So we've seen 6 doubles on this day. One of the warmest days we've seen in this spring baseball. Outside. There's a fastball for a strike. "15 pitches for Sanders in this inning. He's only 6 for strikes, so he's lost an edge. Inside, high and tight, backs away Archambault. No activity for either bullpen at the moment. 2 of the hottest pitchers in the MIAA going battle against each other today. 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Hope. 2 runs, 3 hits, no error for Albion. As the wind picks up just a little bit out to left field. Archambault grounded out his only time up. Runner goes. Stratman down to second. Head first slide, and he got him. White cut down for out number 2. And for a team that has had a success rate of 92% against Hope defensively in the stolen base department. Great throw by Stratman. Klein Edler with the tag. Bases are cleared. 2 outs. That one well hit. Peter to his knees. Hit like a rocket with the 1 hopper. And that ends the inning. 2 in the books for Albion. Wild pitch scores a run. RBI double by Austin Stevens, his 18th of the year. And Hope with a 1-run lead when they bat in the bottom of the 4th right after this. Taking a look at the radar here at the 5 o'clock hour here on the Lakeshore. And might get a little touch of the wet stuff before it's all said and done. There's a big mass storm northwest of Chicago moving northeast. And just some non-storm showers maybe drifting through the Holland area. We might be able to catch a gap and get this one in as we're in the bottom of the 4th inning. But things getting progressively a little darker here at the 5 o'clock hour. Cole Giesecke on the mound for Albion. He is bent a little bit, not completely broken, left the bases loaded in the 1st inning as he struck out the side. The hit, Hope had the bases loaded with 1 out, and back-to-back strikeouts got him out of that situation. Five strikeouts and a walk for Giesecke. He's allowed a season-high 7 hits, including 4 doubles, as Colton Kinney's had a 2-for-2 day. Run-scoring single in the 2nd, leadoff single in the 1st. 2 quick balls to Colton Kinney, and Giesecke not giving this Western Michigan transfer much to hit first two offerings. That went inside. Giesecke working quickly. Outfield straight up on Kinney. He goes to all fields. Fairly shallow in left field. 4-pitch walk to Colton Kinney to start the fourth. Fourth straight time the leadoff batter has reached base. Peter 1 for 2. He's had an RBI double today. 21 RBIs now for number 13. Sophomore out of Zionsville. He and Ben Stratman are second and first respectively in the conference with times they've been hit by a pitch. Stratman now 19 times he's been plucked as Peter waves, and Peter's been hit 13 times. He really took off average-wise, comes in with an average of .327. He had a 9-game hit streak late March to early April. Check swing on the inside corner. Did not go. Peters reached base 11 times in his last 13 at-bats. Swing and a miss. Peter goes down for the second straight time. 6th strikeout for Giesecke. One on, one out for the center fielder, Jace DeMann. DeMann did not, he's the everyday center fielder now. He did not start the season in center field. That was Corbin Bennett's, the freshman's position, and they moved DeMann to right field. As he looks at a slider in for a strike. Pure fastball, and DeMann can't catch up to it. He had 1 of 4 doubles for Hope today back in the first. Hope comes in sole possession of 6th place. That one in the air. Fly ball left center field. Playable. Coming over is the center fielder Schuster to make the grab in front of the 385 sign for out number 2. That'll leave it up to Ben Stratman. He's been on base twice. Singleton scored his last time up. Fastball over but high for Ben Stratman. Just 19 at-bats in his first 3 years in Hope uniform. But the Ann Arbor Pioneer senior now has been the everyday catcher. And he catches both games of doubleheaders. He's as sturdy as they come. Pitch number 75 coming up for Cole Giesecke, the junior. Golf, so that one does Stratman. Tried to chase that one down low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Giesecke made the National Division III Team of the Week back in early April with that no-hitter against Trine. Stratman chases. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 8 innings of no-hit ball against Trine. Didn't allow a run. 1 walk and 8 strikeouts. So just 1 base runner, 1 away from perfection for Giesecke in that victory. Comes in with a 5-2 record, 2.30 ERA. 2 outs, 1 on, 2-2 count. Strike called. Stratman caught looking. No runs, 1 left, 2 strikeouts in the inning for Giesecke. 1-run lead for Hope after 4 here from Hope College.
It's no secret. The best way to learn about Hope College is to spend time on our campus. The Hope admissions team invites you to a personalized visit experience you won't forget. Located in downtown Holland, Michigan, our historic campus is close to shopping and dining and just 10 minutes from Lake Michigan. We invite you to check out our campus tour options or sign up for an online tour with the Hope admissions office. There's never been a better time to see Hope College. Visit us at hope.edu/admissions.
My name is Megan Bigelow, and during my time there, I was on the Hope women's soccer team. I decided to choose Hope because of the opportunity to be involved in multiple things. I didn't want to go somewhere where I was just a number in the field. I was able to double major, experience both a business academic load as well as economics. I loved the opportunity to really get to know my professors. Hope exceeded my expectations.
I'm Nate Bauman. As an invested community partner, we're proud to help share Hope's stories of transformational impact.
Our students act as beacons of hope for their community.
First of 3 straight games over the next 2 days for Hope and Albion, and we'll see how long the starters can hang in. Sanders went 103 pitches in a start against Alma back on April 4th, and Giesecke a little better, went 109 a couple starts ago, so 2 very durable pitchers. But Giesecke for Albion, opponents batting just 134 against him. Hope already was 7 hits, but Albion hanging tough, just 3 hits, but they've scored 2. Slider away. Ribble, Dunn, and Stoyanovsky for Albion. 9-1-2 in the order. 8-9-1, check that in the order. Ribble looks at a floater. Ribble popped out weakly to Seabaugh. His only time up. Adrian, a winner at home against Calvin today, now with a 1.5 lead over the Knights. Alma, top of the 5th, still with a 5-2 lead over the Comets. Not much pop in the bottom of the order for Albion, but Ribble works the count full. That one in the air could be trouble. No man's land, and that'll get down for a base hit. Just made its way over the second baseman, Peter, and a leadoff single for Ribble. Nobody out for left fielder Carson Dunn. Tying run at first base. We're in the top of the 5th. We'll see if time and weather becomes a factor as Dunn bunts it right of the pitcher, bobbled by Sanders. And a fortuitous break for Albion. First error of the game comes in the top of the 5th. It's going to be a fielding error on Sanders, his first error of the year in the field. Nobody out for the top of the order. And that is credited as a sacrifice for Dunn, so no official at bat. No activity in the bullpen at the moment for the Dutchman. So a sacrifice and an error. Stoyanovsky struck out looking, flew out deep to right field in inning number 3 as Sanders starts him off with an off speed in for a strike. Chance for Albion, tying run at second. Good power bat, and that one is stroked into left field. Collins makes the play. Well hit, but right to the left fielder as Stoyanovsky lines out for out number 1. Big out for the Flying Dutchman here in the 5th. Hope scored 2 in the 2nd, matchstick in the 3rd, and Albion responded with 2 doubles in the 4th inning, which led to their only runs. Riker Maisie, the shortstop, good hitting shortstop. That one gets away from Stratman, and everybody moves up. Ribble to third, Dunn to second. See how they mark that. It's going to be a pass ball. A couple of pass balls and a wild pitch have helped Albion's cause. Maisie with 17 RBI and a home run. Inside pitch, slider called. Yeah, looks like Sanders and Stratman talking things over on the mound. Looks like they've been crossed up a couple times. And a 2-0 count for Maisie, 0 for 2 for him. 4-year starter out of Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan. Grosse Pointe South product. 1 out for Albion, chance to come up with a big inning, down by 1. Corners are in for Hope. Middle of the infield, regular depth with a 2-0 count coming up. Outside corner, a beauty. Sanders dials the zone. Slider in the air. That one is trouble. That one's down for a base hit. Rounding third, right behind Ribble. There's a throw to the plate too high, and a 2-run single for Maisie gives Albion a 4-3 lead. Not hit hard, but into right center. 2 RBIs for Maisie. It's going to be credited as a single, and he moves to second on the play at the plate. Single, an error, and another single. So 4 runs on the last 2 innings as Albion gets to Sanders. Wave at a fastball is Schuster. He had his league-leading 14th double in the 4th, scored the first Albion run. 2 for 2 days, hit the ball hard both times. Came in with a .356 average, leads his team. Great stop by Stratman. Schuster, one of 2 all-conference players returning last year for Albion that finished 16-22. 8-13 in conference, good for 6th place. Six home run, 33 RBI last year. .336 average, the all-conference numbers for Schuster. Rain has started to fall here at Bowie Stadium. Started the day under dry conditions. Looking at the radar, might be a little problematic. Let's see how that affects the pitchers. Schuster, the Rochester Hills, Michigan product. Albion has taken the lead 4-3. Inside, another slider. Gets away from Sanders. Right-hander warming up in the bullpen for the Flying Dutchman. Might be the freshman out of Newaygo, Josiah Long. Very durable right-handed arm out of the bullpen for Ryan Doro. 1 out, man on second, 3-2 pitch. Jam job. Did he go? Yes, he did. A big out recorded with a strikeout. 5th of the day for Sanders. Couldn't come in a better time. 2 gone for the cleanup hitter, Austin Stevens. RBI double in the 4th. Albion had just 2 base runners through the first 3, walk and a single, but 4 hits on the last 2 innings, including a pass ball that brought home 4 runs. Slow curve outside to Stevens. 284 average. 8 doubles on the year for Stevens. Senior out of Downriver area, Trenton, Michigan. Another pull of the string by Sanders. Little trickle off the edge of the bat for Stevens. Senior's best year was back in 23 as a sophomore. He had his best average, 297, and had 30 RBI that year. But as a senior, he's only played 3 games against Hope in his career out of 89. But he's had hits in all 3, make it all 4, is now in his 4th game against Hope as he places it the opposite direction foul with that double back in the 4th inning. There's a few guys on this Albion team that's had quite a few games in their career against Hope. That one through the box, right under the legs of Sanders. Coming in to score from second with ease is Maisie. He's got good wheels. And an RBI single by Stevens, his second RBI of the day, has opened up Albion's lead to 5-3. RBI number 19 for Stevens. That run scored is earned. Five to 3 our score as the rain continues to fall here at the 5:15 hour on the Lakeshore. 2 outs, so it's a good piece of hitting by Stevens. 2-out single, he's at first. And a big bat at the plate in Braden Emery, 4 home run, leads the team, 26 RBI, the same. Runner goes, waves at a slider. Sanders gets out of the inning, but the damage is done. Albion tacks on 3, and they take their first lead of the day as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning right after this on the Hope Sports Network.
Patience and strength. They're ready to change the world.
Well, with rain falling, finding out that weather is tracked during this game. If there's any potential severe weather, thunder, or lightning, it would cause the game to be under delay. It's actually home plate umpire Malik Baker talking to Ryan Doro. And we think that 5 innings is enough for an official game if this game was to be halted due to inclement weather. And Hope really wants to get a bat under their belt as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Looking at the radar, scattered showers about the area. Nothing serious on the horizon at the moment. There's some severe weather north of us here in Holland. But it's dark, and without the benefit of lights here at Boovie Stadium, Charlie Saul will come to bat. Cole Giesecke on the mound the entire way for Albion. 5-2 record, 5 wins, tied for the best in conference. Saul 0 for 2. Giesecke, 78 pitches, 56 for strikes. 8 strikeouts. His season high is 9. There's a strike call. Junior out of Ottawa Lake, Michigan. 11-8 in his career. He's always had a great ERA, 3.36. Outside edge, and Saul's rung up. Fans not too happy on the Hope side of things. 9 strikeouts ties a season high for Giesecke. Here's a guy with fence power, Cade Seaboss, 7 home runs last year. Looking for his really first bit of contact. He struck out twice, has Seabaugh, one swinging, one looking. As he bats with 1 out. That went in for a strike, and Giesecke just throwing strikes, up 5-3. 74 strikeouts last year. Albion record. His season high last year was 10. That one out of play off the bat of Seabaugh, left side. His career high is at Olivet on April 12th back in 2023. 17 strikeouts in 7 innings. So he struck out 17 of his 21 potential Comets at bat. Phenomenal number as Seabaugh swings at a slider on the outside corner for out number 2. Giesecke has struck out 4 of the last 5 batters he has faced, and only 1 base runner of his last 7. Five of the last 6 outs have been recorded as a strikeout, as the catcher, Archambault, who's had trouble getting it back to Giesecke several times today, especially with runners on base. Needs help from the shortstop, Maisie. Oh, my goodness. Strike called. Strike called by the home plate umpire, Malik Baker. There's another strike on the outside corner for Brendan Collins. He's had a 2-for-2 day, 2 doubles, run scored back in the 2nd inning. First 2 doubles of the year for Brendan Collins, a Kalamazoo product. Waves at that one as Giesecke strikes out the side. 3 up and 3 down for Hope. 5-3 Albion lead. We'll be right back as Malik Baker, the home plate umpire, calling in his crew. We'll tell you about it when we return here on the Hope Sports Network.
Sports, like healthcare, requires commitment, teamwork, and excellence. That's why Hope College selected Holland Hospital and Shoreline Orthopedics to provide athletic training and physical therapy for all Hope College athletes. Get the care you deserve. Trust the team that exceeds expectations. The Holland Hospital and Shoreline Orthopedics Sports Medicine Collaborative.
New pitcher for Hope, Josiah Long, the freshman out of Newaygo, Michigan, with his warm-up tosses. But the powers that be, the coaches, head coaches, the umpire crew gathering just to the right of home plate. As we played 5, possibly enough for a full game in a final game, but if there is thunder or lightning in the area, there's a 30-minute delay if it has been spotted, and this game is tracked on a weather app. So right now we're just not quite sure, but skies are dark. Wet stuff has come down. But until we otherwise, we'll keep battling. Josiah Long making his 14th appearance of the year, all in relief. 0-2 with an 8.20 ERA. And we're still waiting for the start. Long wants a short toss with his catcher Stratman. Long was part of that victory on Wednesday. Shut down Kalamazoo in his inning of work to secure the victory. So Long, one of 7 freshman pitchers on Ryan Doro's staff. Long went 2/3 in the win at here at Kalamazoo on April 16th on Wednesday. No runs, no hits. As he didn't get the save, but Mason Belmore picked up his 4th win of the year. As they continue to chat, let's take let's send it back to the studio if we can, fellas. We'll take a quick break, and hopefully we'll have more explanation as Athletic Director Tim Schoonveld will join the conversation. We'll be right back. Albion with a 5-3 lead after 5 on the Hope Sports Network.
Believe you'll see it all comes together. My dream, I believe I'll give the better part of me. Be free, break free, release, destroy the enemy. Just breathe. Fight for the power.
Baseball will continue here at Bowie Stadium, here at Hope College. As Josiah Long will take over. 5 runs on the last 2 innings by Albion as the first pitch is hit high in the air. Brendan Collins at the fence, drifting back, reaches up, and that one hits the top of the fence and goes over for a home run. Wind was kicking out to left field, and catching that one in the Gulf Stream is Gavin White, his 2nd home run in as many days. And Albion has come storming back, trailing 3-0. They've scored 6 straight runs as Long delivers the cookie. 4th home run he has allowed on the year. For White, his 3rd. Two-hopper, backhanded stop by Kleinedler. Fires to first, wide of the bag. As Seabaugh was able to save it, but got pulled off the bag, and that'll be an infield single for Archambault. So a home run and now a single, as Ian Sanders' day is done, which is a shame for Sanders. He had given up just 2 base runners in the first 3 innings, but he was chased after 5. Bunt attempt. First base side, throw to first, and the sacrifice by Ribble pushes Archambault to 2nd. That's the first out of the inning. And for Ian Sanders, 5 innings for the Hope starter. So the Granville, Michigan junior gives up 5 runs, all earned. Struck out a season-high 8 batters, gave up 6 hits in 89 pitches. Long, not a power pitcher. He's a deceptive delivery off-speed pitcher. Tries to get hitters off balance. 12 strikeouts in 18 2/3 for Josiah Long. Swing and a miss. There we go. Pulled the string on the off-speed as Carson Dunn reached base on a sacrifice and a fielding error by Ian Sanders, the Hope pitcher. Rain coming down, wind picking up There's that one in the air, shallow right center field. Trouble, but DeMann takes over and makes the grab, which is so tough for, especially in the outfield on a fly ball, looking into the rain. But a big out. Well, if you just joined us, Hope had 2 in the second inning, 1 in the third. Big shots were RBI double by Elliott Peter, RBI single by Colton Kinney, and then an RBI double by Brendan Collins, but that's been it. That one is giving a ride out to right center field. DeMann up against the fence, can't come up with it. And DeMann is still down, as that's going to be a double for Chris Stoyanovsky. DeMann's up after getting helped up by Saul, and the RBI by Stoyanovsky, who has 12 career home runs and a whole lot of extra base power, has extended the lead to 7-3. Won't get it any easier for long, as he now facing the heart of the order for Matt Ricks in his first year as a head coach. Well hit. Saul back a step, hauls it in for out number 3. 1 run on the solo home run by Gavin White, his third. 2 runs, excuse me. 2 runs on 3 hits. 7-3 Albion. They've scored in the last 3 innings as we head to the bottom of the 6th.
Sports, like healthcare, requires commitment, teamwork, and excellence. That's why Hope College selected Holland Hospital and Shoreline Orthopedics to provide athletic training and physical therapy for all Hope College athletes. Get the care you deserve. Trust the team that exceeds expectations. The Holland Hospital and Shoreline Orthopedics Sports Medicine Collaborative.
Well, we continue to look at the radar here at Hope College, and we've got some weather north and west of us, and we've got some rain south of us. We're getting rain down at the moment, but there's a slight chance that we might shoot the duck, as they say, and skip right through the mass of really the maelstrom of this system coming through, as things have lightened up a little bit with no lights here at Bowie Stadium, and Al Money will lead things off. But Albion has come back with a vengeance. 2 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th. They now out-hit Hope 9-7. As Giesecke, 90 pitches through 5 innings, 65 for strikes. Now Money's been a walk in the 3rd, sacrifice in the 2nd. No official at bat for Money. Came out on the day 259 with 16 RBI, looking for his first career home run. He's played a lot of games in a Hope uniform. That one in the air. Right side, playable for the first baseman. Reaching back is White, who had the home run back in the 6th inning. And Money pops out to start the 6th. Well, a guy who's raised his batting average almost 80 points in the last 11 games, Dylan Kleinedler, batting .293 in that stretch, .269 overall for the senior. Got a right-hander warming up in the Albion bullpen. We talked about Giesecke with 109 pitches in an effort earlier in the year. That one came against, I believe it was Olivet. Let me check. His second most was against Hope last year, threw 108 pitches, 109 against Kalamazoo. Check that, on the 28th of March when he picked up the win. That one tap foul. Giesecke won his first 3 starts. Loss at Kenyon College. Those were all in non-conference action. Is 2-1 in MIAA, playing 3 starts. He's gone at least 5 innings in all 7 of his starts this year. Got a quick out here in the 6th. Kleinedler trying to get something started. Big 12-6 hook, and Kleinedler is out on strikes. Giesecke has struck out 7 of the last 8 Flying Dutchman. A long way from a career high, but he has really settled in after the first 3 innings. When he allowed 7 hits, he has not allowed a hit through the last 2 2/3 and just 1 walk, and that was to this man, Colton Kinney. Swing and a miss, low in the zone. This will be the century pitch for Giesecke. Slider under the armpits to Kinney. 2-1 the count. Kinney, 2 singles and a walk. One of those singles an RBI. That one fouled weakly right side. Kinney comes into today's play 6th in the conference, .394 average. 1 for 5 on the RBI on Wednesday. We talked about his RBI proclivity lately. Down in the zone, 2 balls and 2 strikes, 19 RBI. 20 RBI in his last 14, and now we got a full count. Ground ball hit sharply. Looking for their first base runner since Kinney walked to start the 4th inning. As Giesecke has cut down 8 straight Hope batters. This has not been a taxed infield and outfield today. Just 4 outs via balls in play is a playable fly ball for Dunn out in left field. And a quick inning for Giesecke as he retires the side for the 2nd straight inning. Top of the 7th we go. All Albion at the moment, 7-3 on the Hope Sports Network.
Gentex is a tech company supplying electro-optical products to the global automotive, aerospace, and fire protection industries. With focused competencies in design, vision, displays, software, and more, we're always looking for engineering talent. For our direct hire hourly production positions, we run open interviews Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 at our 58 East Riley facility in Zeeland. And our facilities, benefits, and culture are everything you'd expect from a world-class employer. Now's the time to join Team Gentex.
Holland BPW is proud to support Hope Athletics and commitment to energy efficiency. It's easy for Holland BPW electric customers to get started with Home Energy 101 at hollandenergyfund.com. With Home Energy 101, learn the best ways to maximize efficiency and save on your utility bills. You also get a kit of energy-saving supplies valued at up to $300. Get started at hollandenergyfund.com today.
Are you thinking about buying, selling, or refinancing? Your title agency matters, and you have a choice. Lighthouse Title started in Holland, Michigan more than 20 years ago and has grown to over 45 locations. We are proud to be local in these communities. Visit Lighthouse Title for more information and use our online widget Louis the Lightkeeper to chat with someone today about how we can help you close on your new home.
6'3", 210-pound sophomore Thomas Bacigalupo out of Midland, Michigan. Played his high school baseball for Midland Dow. Comes into the ballgame for Josiah Long. Ian Sanders went 5 innings in his 6th start of the year. Gave up 5 earned runs. Josiah Long went an inning. Now Bacigalupo, who pitched on Wednesday against Kalamazoo, as he starts off Schuster with a strike. Inside makes the count 1-1. 50 pitches Wednesday and an inning and a third for Bacigalupo. Was cruising a bit through the first couple of batters, but control got the best of him. A couple walks, a couple hits, 4 runs, only 1 earned, as Hope had 2 errors in one of the innings that he worked. But really one of the steadier pitchers for Hope this year. 5.33 ERA, 1-2. 4.24 career ERA for Bacigalupo, 25 1/3 innings. Walks have been an issue for him this year, but strikeout pitcher, no doubt about it. And he's facing the power of the order for Albion. Evan Schuster, 14th double of the year, back in the 4th inning in a 2-for-3 day. Chops 1 foul. Keeps the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pivotal series in these 3 games, today and tomorrow. Albion trying to hang on to the 4th and final playoff spot. There's only 4 out of the 8 teams making in the MIAA tournament. Speaking of, the team ahead of them, the Elma Scots, leads Olivet 9-3. That one is trouble. That one is up against a wall in left field. Heading to second is Schuster as he checks in with his 2nd double of the day. He leads the MIAA in that category as the wind is really picked out to left center field. That one didn't need any help. Fifth extra base hit of the day for Albion. They came in 3rd in the league in conference with 39 through 12 conference games. Can add to that tally. Nobody out for Austin Stevens. He had one of those extra base hits. RBI double in the 4th. 2-for-3 day for Stevens. 2 RBIs to boot. That one through the gap left side. Late start for Schuster at 3rd, so he will check up. Bacigalupo hit hard through the first 2 batters of the order. Nobody out, setting the table for a man who had a grand slam in Wednesday's victory over Olivet. Braden Emery, 2 strikeouts and a flyout, 0-for-3 today. So it looks like runner heading down to second, faking the throw is Stratman. And stealing second base with ease is Stevens for his 7th of the year. Bottom of the 6th, by the way, in Olivet, 9-3 with the Alma lead. Still some baseball left, but Alma trying to keep pace with an Albion team that leads 7-3 here over Hope. Alma came in with a game-and-a-half lead over Albion for 3rd. 11 hits now for the Britons. Waving at the off-speed. Good pull by Bacigalupo. Infield is in. Hope doesn't want to concede anything more offensively. Nobody out here in the 7th. Swing and a miss. Chasing the slider is Emery. He strikes out a lot, most in the MIAA, 33 times, but 4 home runs stand out, 26 RBI. Both those numbers lead his team. He was all conference last year. One of 2 for the Britons. You look at his numbers. My goodness, 20 career home runs for Emery. Fifth-year player out of Diamonddale, Michigan, went to Holt High School just south of Lansing. That one gets by Stratman, heading for home and scoring with ease is Schuster. That's going to be a wild pitch, not earned run, but a big run for Albion as they extend the lead to 5. They've scored the last 8 runs of this ball game after Hope took a 3-0 lead. Heading to 3rd is Stevens. And a full count pitch coming up to Emery. That one in the air. It's going to get a run home as that one is going to add to it. A straightaway shot. That is off the center field wall above the Hope College sign. That's playable as that netting goes about 15 feet above the top of the fence line. That would be a home run if that wasn't there, but just a long double for Emory, but he'll take it as the RBI double extends the lead to 9-3. Albion, who's averaged 7.5 runs per game in their last 8, as they've won 5 of those, showing their teeth. This is the second run of the inning home as Stevens scores. RBI number 27 for Emory as he gets his first base hit of the game. Nick Bender warming up for Hope in the bullpen down the left field line. 3 pitchers used for Hope today for Ryan Doro. 12 hits now for Albion. That one high and tight. Albion came in just averaging just under 9 hits a game. Well, they have blown that away today, and they had 1 hit through the first 3 innings. And we're seeing the extra base power displayed. 6 extra base hits for Albion today. Fastball inside. Most extra base hits that Albion has had in a game was back in mid-March against Franklin in a 17-15 victory. They had 5 home runs in that game and 4 doubles. It's ball 4. White, who had a home run last time, strides down to first. 3 walks on a home run for White as he takes his spot at first base, and this might be the end of the day for Bacigalupo as Nick Bender will take over. Let's take a quick break if we can. We'll tell you about Bender when we come back. 9-3 Albion with the lead here on the Hope Sports Network.
Believe you'll see it all comes together. My dream, I bleed, I'll give the better part of me. Be free, break free, release, destroy the enemy. Just breathe. Fight for the power. Stand your ground, don't let it go. Fight for the power. Can't be scared when you're in the dark. You should never let the fear make you run away. Fire still burning for another day. I fight for the power.
Oh, he's got another one! He's got another one! Oh, wow! As that ball bounces across the middle, he is onside.
Last 4 minutes of the first half. Pause.
Let's go. Hey, when we get the ball back, punish them.
With the and one, going right, passing left. There's a touchdown pass to Strickland.
Raise your flag or even the score. Take your shot, ready for more. Surrender, there is no other choice.
There's been a delay. We've had some lightning in the vicinity. We can see it off to our left as the head coach is talking home plate. We will have at least a minimum 30-minute rain delay here at Bowie Stadium and severe weather delay. And before we go any farther, I want to give a shout-out to one of our biggest Hope fans, Callum Tung, listening up in Ludington, Michigan. I want to give him a big hello this afternoon. But skies are dark, weather threatening, and we've got a 30-minute delay with Albion in the lead 9-3 as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. But right now we got to take a bit of a break, and we're not sure if this game will commence or not. So we'll take a timeout, and we'll send it back to the studio. And if we get anything more concrete, we'll let you know. So we'll send it back to Tim Ramfos and Steve Secor back at the studio. 9-3 Albion after 6.5 on the Hope Sports Network.
There are over 5,000 colleges and universities in the United States alone, and nearly every single one of them is named after a location or a historical figure. But along the shores of Lake Michigan, there is a school whose namesake is not a founder, not a historical figure, not a state, city, or physical landmark. It is named after an ideal, a virtue, a way of life. Its name is hope. It is so easy to get lost in what this world lacks, to become discouraged by its needs, gaps, and flaws. Can we see beyond the uncertainty and brokenness? At Hope College, we do. Not by ignoring the world as it is, but by learning and living with the belief that this is not the world as it should be, by driving to understand, to unlock clarity, to amplify truth, by leading with inspired compassion, by embodying a vision that illuminates greater opportunity for all.
Every day, the people of Hope College are
leading,
discovering,
believing,
dreaming,
pursuing,
serving,
innovating,
exploring,
creating,
collaborating,
questioning,
curing. We are finding new ways to do old things
we are challenging the status quo
and building a legacy.
We are pursuing truth.
We are solving tomorrow's problems today.
We are thinking globally.
We are faithfully hoping.
We are celebrating victories.
This day and every day,
we are strengthened by our faith,
bound by a shared commitment to building community,
and dedicated to providing our students with a world-class liberal arts education.
Faithful,
welcoming, transformational.
This is Hope College.
Believe you'll see it all come together. My dream, I bleed, I'll get the better part of me. Be free, break free, release, destroy the enemy. Just breathe. Fight for the power. Stand your ground, don't let it go. Fight for the power. Can't be scared when you're in the dark. You should never let the fear make you run away. Fire still burning for another day. I fight for the power.
Oh, he's got another one! He's got another one! Oh, wow! As that ball bounces across the middle, he is onside.
Strong last 4 minutes of the first half. Pause.
Holy
traffic with the and one. Going right, passing left. There's a touchdown pass to Strickland.
Raise your flag or even the score. Or take your shot. Ready for more. Surrender, there is no other choice. Set my soul free now. Light it up on fire. Bet on me, I got you. Pick a number.
Bassel with a block downfield, breaks the tackle, stiff arm. Turns that charm off. 1 second. One at the
Students come from diverse backgrounds, ready to create an environment where truth is sought. All voices are amplified, and challenges are met with determination and confidence. The Hope student body is ready to change the world.
There are over 5,000 colleges and universities in the United States alone, and nearly every single one of them is named after a location or a historical figure. But along the shores of Lake Michigan, there is a school whose namesake is not a founder, not a historical figure, not a state, city, or physical landmark. It is named after an ideal, a virtue, a way of life. Its name is hope. It is so easy to get lost in what this world lacks, to become discouraged by its needs, gaps, and flaws. Can we see beyond the uncertainty and brokenness? At Hope College, we do. Not by ignoring the world as it is, but by learning and living with the belief that this is not the world as it should be, by driving to understand, to unlock clarity, to amplify truth, by leading with inspired compassion, by embodying a vision that illuminates greater opportunity for all, by serving with anchored conviction, using our collective gifts to offer this world what it needs most: hope. Not simply hope as a desire, but hope as a way of being. Because hope has changed the way we see the world, and hope drives us to change the way the world is. Because hope shapes our calling. Because hope inspires our dreams. Because hope empowers our talents. Because hope frees us to try. Because hope transforms what we believe, transforms how we act, transforms who we are. At Hope College, we know this life-altering grace is a gift we have all been given, and it is the greatest gift we can offer the world. Hope transforms.
It was great because Greta had just turned 5 in May, and I think swim season started probably June, the month after. And Sarah took a great picture of Greta on the block in her first race, and she looks like she's about 2 feet tall, and she has a pink camouflage swim cap on, and she is ready to go and dive in the water. And because of her older siblings, older sister and an older brother, were both swimmers, that was the family sport as far as Greta knew.
We always said about Greta, she liked to run with the big dogs. Like if the big kids were doing it, she wanted to do it too.
When I was probably like 9 and 10, I started swimming with the teenagers, the oldest group, and then I got to swim with both of my siblings and train with the older kids, and I always just loved that, pushing myself to try to be better than the older kids, to try and be faster than my siblings, and I just always really loved the sport.
It was an interesting process. On the day that the colleges were allowed to reach out to juniors for swimming and for recruiting, she got over 48 contacts.
And for me, the second that Michigan called, that was it. I had always dreamed of going to Michigan. Ever since I was 5 years old, I was telling my whole family and all my friends, when I grow up, I'm gonna swim at Michigan. And as soon as they showed any interest, they didn't really have to say anything or convince me at all, I was there.
The whole recruiting process is overwhelming, and I don't think it matters what level you're at, whether it's D1, D2, or D3, but it is overwhelming for kids, I think. There's a lot for them to consider, and it is easy to get swayed by sort of, the bells and whistles of some places without necessarily considering, is this really the right place for me?
Part of me always thought like I would never be good enough to go there, and that was internalized within me. So when I started actually, this was gonna be real, I was actually gonna be going there, I still partially believed that I wasn't good enough. And in D1 athletics, you cannot have any ounce of doubt in yourself. You have to fully believe that you can do it. And I just wasn't at that place mentally. So I started at Michigan. It was a little bit rough to begin with. I was going to school, going to swim, going home, going to bed by 7 p.m. every night, just trying to make it through. And that wasn't what a lot of my teammates were doing, so I was having a hard time connecting with people and making friends. And then I also started really struggling with my health.
They sent her for a stress test. They sent her for an MRI, trying to get sort of to the bottom of a lot of her symptoms. But there were days she couldn't finish practice. She would get out of the pool and lay on the pool deck. And honestly, the coaching staff did not handle it very well. I think they very quickly then just sort of dismissed her, like, okay, this kid's not gonna work out for us, and just kind of kicked her to the curb.
I had gone to a practice, an afternoon practice, and passed out. And after I have these passing out episodes, there's almost like a hangover from it, if you will. My mind is really foggy for usually 24 to 72 hours afterwards. I'm physically just not as strong, and I really don't know what's going on. The next day, after this practice where I passed out, I had a really big exam. So I had contacted my coaches, my trainer, and our team captains and said, this is what's happening. I don't feel like I am healthy enough to come to practice tomorrow. So the next day after my exam, I go to practice, and my coach calls me into his office, and he just kind of sits me down and says, you making decisions for yourself is selfish and self-centered, and you have no right to try and take care of yourself. He was telling me that I was the worst athlete on the team, and that I should be grateful that he even spoke to me, and that I don't deserve to have these rights to make decisions for myself or prioritize my health. And I left that meeting. I remember I called my high school coach, who was my best friend in the whole world, and I just said, I can't do this anymore.
Basically since the age of, and I can't remember if it was 6 or 7, where she started to really shine, she was the it swimming girl. She really was. That's who she was. She was always the fastest. And if she wasn't, next year she was going to be the fastest in whatever event it was. So to see her hit that as still a teenager, it was very sobering. And then you realized, then Mom and I talked a lot at home that, neither one of us really believed that if she wasn't swimming, Michigan was the right school for her.
And then my sister went to Hope, and I had former teammates who were on the team here, and so I kind of knew what their experiences were like. I really wanted to have, wherever I ended up, to know at least one person on the team who could testify to their experience at that school.
The most difficult thing was the frustration in not being able to get a diagnosis for a long time. And that entire time, a lot of people, there's this insinuation that there's nothing really wrong with you. It's all in your head, or it's anxiety, or it's somehow your fault. And so that has been the biggest relief, is finally getting that sort of, stamp of approval from the Mayo Clinic saying, no, you actually do have this thing. That just relieves, I think, for her, a lot of the stress about having this chronic illness.
So POTS is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. And basically it means that when your body changes position, your blood doesn't flow properly. It's not really good at fixing itself. So if your blood is like filled up to here and then you tilt your body, then it gets all wonky and it doesn't really know how to circulate all the way through your body. I also am hypovolemic, which means I don't have enough blood volume to begin with. So I don't have enough, and it's not really good at circulating itself. And so when that happens, I get really dizzy. I start to lose my eyesight. I start to lose my hearing, and a lot of times I'll pass out.
She was a little bit of a broken toy, if I'm being honest. She, came with, all the accolades and the lifetime best times and, the name recognition, so to speak. And so much of that first year was, what do we have here? We know we have an unbelievably talented swimmer, but where are we going to go with this? And what pieces are we picking up and what are we putting back together? And throughout the course of her first year here, a lot of it was, hey, how do we get you to love the sport? And how do we create an opportunity for you to have a positive association that you and every one of your teammates deserves?
My first year here was very rough, and people sometimes get mad when I say that because I set MIAA records, won events at MIAAs, got second at nationals, but it was a really rough year. Swimming, you spend so much time in your own head. You're underwater for so long, and all you really have is yourself and your own thoughts. And I would convince myself that when I touched the wall, my old coaches were going to be there, and they were going to ridicule me and yell at me, and I would freak myself out and work myself up so much that I would just be in a state of panic.
But I could tell she was going through some struggles, like off to the side with our coach, and just kind of going through some things, and I didn't really understand it. Again, we weren't that close, but as I got to know her better, I understood more deeply what was going on with her and just how much of a struggle the last year or two had been for her and kind of why she showed up in the ways that she did.
Over Christmas break, my first year here, Tabor and I went to breakfast, and he said, just tell me everything. Tell me everything that happened. How can I be helpful? What should I try to avoid? And I just basically got to sit down and tell him my whole story and what is helpful to me, what I need as an athlete, what things would be hurtful to me. And the fact that he took the time to sit down and share a meal with me and talk about those things really showed me that he cared and built trust, and that helped me to be able to kind of trust in the fact that I'm going to touch the wall and there's only going to be supportive people standing up there.
As we've learned more about Greta and gotten a little bit more of a handle on what some of her triggers are from past negative experience or past health issue, we've tried to do a really good job of listening and just really taking what we're hearing, encouraging her to listen to her body, where she's at, the things that we need to do, and just asking some more questions. Hey, how do you feel about this? I think we're going to approach this set this way. Here's your event lineup for today, or this weekend, and this is how we want to navigate it. She spent 2 separate full weeks at the Mayo Clinic this year, in the middle of our season, which certainly presents some challenges for us, and I think we're coming out on the other end stronger because she's got a stronger sense of self, and I think we know how, to support her the right way for her to be the best version of herself.
She told me that she met God in Zambia.
Yeah.
And she loved it so much. She really grew. She developed some really close relationships. She actually went back to Zambia with the organization, not on the sea trip, but with the third-party organization the following year for a few weeks. And I think it really just brought her a lot of peace, made her realize sort of her place in the world, gave her a bigger perspective, and yeah, it was life-changing.
A boy named David came up to me, and I had never met him before, and he said, God is putting words on my heart for you. And he read Isaiah 43 over me and just said, like, you are mine and I love you. And those are the words that God speaks over me. And he said, you are a light and darkness cannot touch light. And the darkness tried to touch you, but it can't because you are a light. And I just broke down sobbing because I felt like God was telling me, like, I'm here for you and I see you and these are the things that I think about you. This is who you are in me. You are a light and you are mine and I do love you. And I really took those identities back with me and the power of God speaking over me and what does God say about me? Who does God say that I am?
Just being able to push through all of these struggles in her life is extremely courageous. Getting over and being able to push through the traumatic experiences that she had in her freshman year, swimming D1, I think is extremely courageous. I think a lot of people would just stop swimming, be done with collegiate athletics as a whole, but I think it's very courageous of her to push forward and see it through.
She's a woman of faith, and she's got some great people in her corner and surrounding her, and I think there are places that she knows, that are safe for her. And in the process of those safe places, she's been able to navigate a little bit more, and continue to have the courage to do the right thing regardless of the circumstance or the obstacle that comes with doing the right thing. And I think she's doing a really good job of that today.
Parents obviously are proud of their children, but when you see someone struggle that much, but just continue to do it and continue to go after their goals, that's what sets you up in life. There's always going to be roadblocks, but to see her just continue to push through one after the other, to me, it's unbelievable how proud you are of your child.
One of the biggest things that happened where like God really worked in me and changed my outlook, I actually got the chance to speak at mental health. Be Better is like a mental health foundation in Holland, and they have a fundraising gala, and I got to speak at it and tell my story. And the coach who had put me through all of this was there, and so I got to tell this story in front of him. And then when I got back from Zambia, I got to pray over him and over his life. And God really had spoken to me and said, like, he's a person, and I love him just as much as I love you. And I did a lot of work of every night I would pray and I'd say, God, help me forgive these people. I don't want to be burdened by this anger anymore. Just help me forgive them. I'm going to keep saying that I forgive them, and I need you to supply me with the feeling. And he really worked through that to help me feel like I'm not mad at them anymore. They're doing their best. They're people. They're loved by God just like I am. And so that really helped me to kind of get over the anger and the sadness that came with Michigan swimming. That kind of carried me through the whole next year. My whole junior year, I think I really focused on, like, this is a blessing, and being here is a blessing. And there's so many good things that have come from me going to Michigan and then transferring here. And I really noticed that when I start to get sad or down on myself about like what had happened, to make a list of all of the things that I would have to give up to go back. And I'd have to give up my teammates and my friends and the education that I'm getting here that's amazing, and all the great people that I've met and experiences I've had, and it would never in a million years be worth it. And so I've been able to really focus on those things and just be so grateful and happy to be here.
So I woke up feeling kind of like nauseous, just like I had the stomach flu. So I was like, nah, I'm probably just nervous. Like, I played a lot, so I was like, all right, like, you go to school, I'll be fine. We get to the game, I'm still feeling super gross. I played and I didn't play very well and we got smoked. And then I was like, all right, well, at least I'll feel a little bit better. And then the whole rest of the week I went to school and just like felt the same. So I woke up feeling kind of like nauseous, just like I had the stomach flu. So I was like, nah, I'm probably just nervous. Like, I played a lot, so I was like, all right, like, you go to school, I'll be fine. We get to the game, I'm still feeling super gross. I played and I didn't play very well and we got smoked. And then I was like, all right, well, at least I'll feel a little bit better. And then the whole rest of the week I went to school and just like felt the same, like super nauseous.
There wasn't like a initial event. He just seemed like he had the flu for a little bit and just kind of felt awful, and so stayed home from school. After about a week, we decided to start asking some doctors, and that led us on a journey of many doctors and natural and traditional medicines.
And then I think, it's just been an incredibly difficult journey to kind of watch somebody you love with everything you have just suffer.
And then I got to a point where I'd go out for warm-ups and I'd have to come off the floor and throw up, and then we'd go into the locker room and I'd go into the bathroom and throw up, and then we'd come back out to play, and every time I came off the floor I would puke.
So we saw infectious disease people and gastro people and went down different diets and supplements and meds and whatever to try to help him. We did that for probably 7 or 8 months before we decided to take him to Mayo Clinic.
And I remember feeling so discouraged because we couldn't, nobody had an answer. Everywhere I went to was yeah, you seem fine, nothing's really wrong, I don't think anything's wrong with you. And I'm sitting there just well, something's wrong. I can't keep food down, I can't sleep, I can't do anything. And so finally they send us to do this one test. It's called a tilt table test, right? So they strap you down onto a table and they tilt you up to a vertical position, and immediately my heart rate spiked to 180 or 190, and I got super dizzy and felt like I was gonna puke and felt like I was gonna pass out. And so okay, I got done, and we get the results back, and it turns out I have this condition called postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, which is basically autoimmune / blood disorder, and I couldn't sleep. So when I say I couldn't sleep, it was maybe an hour a night, maybe 2 on a good night, and then a lot of nights it was 0. So we found out what it is, what can we do? Can I take a pill? Do I take this medicine? And they were there's really nothing we have, we don't have a cure for it.
You want to help, and we couldn't help, and so it's things hey, I feel terrible today, and then you feel like the worst parent in the world making them go to school. Sorry, get out of bed, go to school. And so I think for us as parents, that's one of the things Mayo helped us with, was to be yes, I know that you think you're helping by just letting him lay around. You're not. You need to help him to keep moving forward, help him to keep doing some things. And so I think that's, I think we're grateful.
We had a phone interview with Mayo again for this outpatient program that they have. It's a 2.5 month or 2 month thing in Rochester, Minnesota, for people or for kids that have the same thing I do, where it's meant to help you live, basically, to where you can go to school and where you can do things that you want to do. Packed up and we left for a couple months, and it was hard.
So it was no meds, no doctors, just you have to figure out how to live with this thing and not let it stop your life.
For the Flying Dutchman, a 6'3" junior from Zeeland, number 2, Eli Schoonveld.
Deemer, the tallest player at 6'5". Another block by Schoonveld. Oh my goodness, Schoonveld, he's just about everywhere right now.
Leaves it for his point guard, Dykstra. Lob to Schoonveld.
Wow.
Eli Schoonveld.
Bring the house down, big fella.
Perfectly timed alley-oop from Clayton Dykehouse.
Schoonveld, ultra aggressive there, top of the key. Hope lighting it up from the long line here. Dykehouse forced out wide by Ackerman. Schoonveld, right wing triple. Oh, Eli Schoonveld, if he can add that to his game consistently, he becomes a really, really dangerous player on the offensive end.
Without question, he's the most elite athlete I've ever coached in 35 years. Without question. And I've coached a lot of really great players. But as an athlete, the way he can run and jump is incredible. And then his greatest asset is his will, his stubborn will. He's such a tough kid, and you factor that in with his athleticism, it's remarkable. And so he goes from, so I described that, and then it's like having this, I don't know, most expensive car in the world and it just stays in your garage. You don't really get a chance to drive it. It's unfair.
He does tend to pass out with high intensity activity, and so he can often feel that coming, and so we try to get him off the court then and into a quiet space, so he has kind of that privacy and space to pass out then. And so for me, it's just trying to experience that, with him and be there for him, and just kind of monitor the situation and making sure that he's okay through that.
Coming into college, it's like gradually gotten a little bit better to where I can like play a little bit and function. But it's still there, like I don't feel good ever. And I still can't really sleep, like I get 2 or 3 or 4, max 4 hours of sleep.
And then of course in his body will let him know when he can't play. And that, again, that's a crazy thing that most people don't understand. He will get to the point where he's either gonna throw up or he's gonna pass out. And that's crazy when you think about it. But while all that increases in demand, his performance is, he's had some hallmark moments.
Light the lamp for the grad senior. Schoonveld, whoa! Does his dad...
I was mostly scared of my mom. I had a conversation with her a couple days earlier where it was like, oh hey mom, like I'm going to play in this Gus Macker, and she was like, I don't think you should, like you're gonna get hurt. And I was like, Mom, I'm fine, I'll be fine, I won't get hurt.
He texted me and said, hey, could you look at my knee? He thinks I tore my ACL. And at that point I was just like I just didn't have words. Like, why for him?
Eli's reaction was like any athlete's. You're just pissed right away, and you're bummed, and what could have been, and my senior year, and all of those disappointing factors. And you give yourself that space to feel those things, and it's okay. And then after a couple days, it's like, all right, this is what we're gonna do this, and this is at least something we can fix. So let's fix your knee, and then you can get back to it.
So he never was like, woe is I, or pity me. He would always go external instead of going internal, and that's something I truly admire about him, because a person in his shoes, it would be so easy to look internal at all the things that are going wrong in your life, but he would always look external and try to help other people like myself.
He's everything to this team, and to see him go down, one of your leaders, one of your main voices, one of your main captain guys, it was devastating for the whole team. And then midway through the fall, I ended up hurting my other knee, and obviously I was upset. Like, I was feeling really good, it was gonna be a good season, and as soon as he heard about it, he was right there, like texting me every single day, checking on me. You need anything? If you need anything, hit me up, whatever. He's just been like, check how my family's been, how's school going, like how's the knee feeling. It's just, he's somebody that you want to be able to talk to all the time.
And he could very easily be salty and sour that I don't get to play and just kind of sit there and observe. And he turned into an assistant coach, a team leader, a captain who's just going to pour into his guys. And then I get to hear the stories from his teammates that truly appreciate it. He's changed lives within our season. So those are moments that you just realize as a coach why we do what we do.
Myself and Eli had a similar vision of what our team could be, but we didn't just think about our potential. We thought about what we had to be doing on an everyday basis to realize that potential. So by him being a captain, it was someone who had a bird's eye view of everything that was happening, which was truly valuable. And he would be motivating guys to get after it in the weight room, which is a critical part of our team's success. So having a captain like Eli next to me and Clay, it was easy to control a team of great players and make them into great men as well and create a great team.
Struggle is hard. We all go through hard stuff, and then there's usually an end to the struggle. And I look at his situation, there really isn't an end to his struggle. He just finds a way, in an unbelievably courageous, stubborn way, to manage it, which I don't think any of us can truly understand.
He's my hero. So I think to watch somebody it's just a grind. It's a grind. And nobody really knows. He's good at faking it. And to see how I think God has shaped his heart to be stubborn and sour sometimes, but then so kind and caring for other people, that he looks out for them, that he sees them. That's courageous. I think that that's a hero. And there's a Bob Goff quote, "Not all heroes wear capes," right, in one of his books. And I think that's what it is. And I think, for me, it's what's helped get me through is to watch him, live.
I've learned a lot. I think the biggest one is life is tough, and you're gonna get knocked down, regardless of if you haven't yet, you will. And I can guarantee you that, but you just have to get up. I feel like I get punched in the gut every morning because I'm just I feel terrible, but it's okay, well, just get through the day. You're okay. Get through the day. So I've learned that. I've learned that you need to ask for help. And I'm not somebody who usually wants to ask for help. I'm super reserved and I don't really like to talk about things. But nobody is too tough to ask for help. And people are good and people want to help, and you can't do it by yourself. And I've learned that everybody goes through their own stuff. The most put together people have stuff that they're struggling with behind the scenes, and like I said earlier, your kindness might be the difference in their day, or might be the difference in them doing something that they shouldn't versus not doing that. So I've just tried to be super positive and have a positive outlook on life, because it's hard and we need more people that are positive and spread kindness.
you'll see it all comes together. My dream, I bleed, I'll give the better part of me. Be free, break free, release, destroy the enemy. Just breathe. Fight for the power. Stand your ground, don't let it go. Fight for the power. Can't be scared when you're in the dark. You should never let the fear make you run away. Fire still burning for another day. Fight for the power.
Oh, he's got another one! He's got another one! Oh, wow! As that ball bounces across the middle, he is onside.
Strong last 4 minutes of the first half. Pause.
Hey, when we get the ball back, punish them.
Traffic with the and one. Going right, passing left. There's a touchdown pass to Strickland.
Raise your flag or even the score. Take your shot, ready for more. Surrender, there is no other choice. Set my soul free now. Light it up on fire. Bet on me, I got you. Pick a number.
Bassel with a block downfield, breaks the tackle, stiff arm. Turns that charm off. 1 second.
If you're looking for a good time, call me.
My name's Emma Duttmers, and I'm a communications major, and then I'm minoring in environmental studies. I play soccer. The first soccer game of my junior year, I tore my ACL. Our athletic trainer, Annie, was there for me right when it happened, and she was there for me literally every step of the way. That was definitely a huge growing opportunity for me, and it was really hard, but it really pushed me to be a leader with more of my voice because I couldn't lead by example on the field. It definitely made me take a step back and realize how much there is to be grateful for.
As an invested community partner, LVZ is proud to share hope stories of transformational impact.
It was great because Greta had just turned 5 in May, and I think swim season started probably June, the month after. And Sarah took a great picture of Greta on the block in her first race, and she looks like she's about 2 feet tall, and she has a pink camouflage swim cap on, and she is ready to go and dive in the water. And because of her older siblings, older sister and an older brother were both swimmers, that was the family sport as far as Greta knew.
We always said about Greta, she liked to run with the big dogs. Like if the big kids were doing it, she wanted to do it too.
When I was probably like 9 and 10, I started swimming with the teenagers, the oldest group, and then I got to swim with both of my siblings and train with the older kids. And I always just loved that, pushing myself to try to be better than the older kids, to try and be faster than my siblings, and I just always really loved the sport.
It was an interesting process. On the day that the colleges were allowed to reach out to juniors for swimming and for recruiting, she got over 48 contacts.
And for me, the second that Michigan called, that was it. I had always dreamed of going to Michigan. Ever since I was 5 years old, I was telling my whole family and all my friends, when I grow up, I'm gonna swim at Michigan. And as soon as they showed any interest, they didn't really have to say anything or convince me at all, I was there.
The whole recruiting process is overwhelming, and I don't think it matters what level you're at, whether it's D1, D2, or D3, but it is overwhelming for kids. I think, there's a lot for them to consider, and it is easy to get swayed by sort of, the bells and whistles of some places without necessarily considering, is this really the right place for me?
Part of me always thought like I would never be good enough to go there, and that was internalized within me. So when I started actually, this was gonna be real, I was actually gonna be going there, I still partially believed that I wasn't good enough. And in D1 athletics, you cannot have any ounce of doubt in yourself. You have to fully believe that you can do it. And I just wasn't at that place mentally. So I started at Michigan. It was a little bit rough to begin with. I was going to school, going to swim, going home, going to bed by 7 p.m. every night, just trying to make it through. And that wasn't what a lot of my teammates were doing, so I was having a hard time connecting with people and making friends. And then I also started really struggling with my health.
They sent her for a stress test. They sent her for an MRI, trying to get sort of to the bottom of a lot of her symptoms. But there were days she couldn't finish practice. She would get out of the pool and lay on the pool deck. And honestly, the coaching staff did not handle it very well. I think they very quickly then just sort of dismissed her, like, okay, this kid's not gonna work out for us, and just kind of kicked her to the curb.
I had gone to a practice, an afternoon practice, and passed out. And after I have these passing out episodes, there's almost like a hangover from it, if you will. My mind is really foggy for usually 24 to 72 hours afterwards. I'm physically just not as strong, and I really don't know what's going on. The next day, after this practice where I passed out, I had a really big exam. So I had contacted my coaches, my trainer, and our team captains and said, this is what's happening. I don't feel like I am healthy enough to come to practice tomorrow. So the next day after my exam, I go to practice, and my coach calls me into his office, and he just kind of sits me down and says, you making decisions for yourself is selfish and self-centered, and you have no right to try and take care of yourself. He was telling me that I was the worst athlete on the team, and that I should be grateful that he even spoke to me, and that I don't deserve to have these rights to make decisions for myself or prioritize my health. And I left that meeting. I remember I called my high school coach, who's my best friend in the whole world, and I just said, I can't do this anymore.
Basically since the age of, and I can't remember if it was 6 or 7, where she started to really shine, she was the it swimming girl. She really was. That's who she was. She was always the fastest. And if she wasn't, next year she was going to be the fastest in whatever event it was. So to see her hit that as still a teenager, it was very sobering. And then you realized, then Mom and I talked a lot at home that, well, neither one of us really believed that if she wasn't swimming, Michigan was the right school for her.
And then my sister went to Hope, and I had former teammates who were on the team here, and so I kind of knew what their experiences were like. I really wanted to have, wherever I ended up, to know at least one person on the team who could testify to their experience at that school.
The most difficult thing was the frustration in not being able to get a diagnosis for a long time. And that entire time, a lot of people, there's this insinuation that there's nothing really wrong with you. It's all in your head, or it's anxiety, or it's somehow your fault. And so that has been the biggest relief, is finally getting that sort of stamp of approval from the Mayo Clinic saying, no, you actually do have this thing. That just relieves, I think, for her, a lot of the stress about having this chronic illness.
So POTS is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. And basically it means that when your body changes position, your blood doesn't flow properly. It's not really good at fixing itself. So if your blood is like filled up to here, and then you tilt your body, then it gets all wonky and it doesn't really know how to circulate all the way through your body. I also am hypovolemic, which means I don't have enough blood volume to begin with. So I don't have enough, and it's not really good at circulating itself. And so when that happens, I get really dizzy. I start to lose my eyesight, I start to lose my hearing, and a lot of times I'll pass out.
She was a little bit of a broken toy, if I'm being honest. She, came with, all the accolades and the lifetime best times, and the name recognition, so to speak. And so much of that first year was, what do we have here? We know we have an unbelievably talented swimmer, but where are we going to go with this? And what pieces are we picking up, and what are we putting back together? And throughout the course of her first year here, a lot of it was, hey, how do we get you to love the sport? And how do we create an opportunity for you to have a positive association that you and every one of your teammates deserves?
My first year here was very rough, and people sometimes get mad when I say that, because I set MIAA records, won events at MIAAs, got second at nationals, but it was a really rough year. Swimming, you spend so much time in your own head. You're underwater for so long, and all you really have is yourself and your own thoughts. And I would convince myself that when I touched the wall, my old coaches were going to be there, and they were going to ridicule me and yell at me, and I would freak myself out and work myself up so much that I would just be in a state of panic.
But I could tell she was going through some struggles, like off to the side with our coach, and just kind of going through some things, and I didn't really understand it. Again, we weren't that close, but as I got to know her better, I understood more deeply what was going on with her, and just how much of a struggle the last year or two had been for her, and kind of why she showed up in the ways that she did.
Over Christmas break, my first year here, Tabor and I went to breakfast, and he said, just tell me everything. Tell me everything that happened. How can I be helpful? What should I try to avoid? And I just basically got to sit down and tell him my whole story, and what is helpful to me, what I need as an athlete, what things would be hurtful to me. And the fact that he took the time to sit down and share a meal with me and talk about those things, really showed me that he cared and built trust, and that helped me to be able to kind of trust in the fact that I'm going to touch the wall and there's only going to be supportive people standing up there.
As we've learned more about Greta and gotten a little bit more of a handle on what some of her triggers are from past negative experience or past health issue, we've tried to do a really good job of listening and just really taking what we're hearing, encouraging her to listen to her body, where she's at, the things that we need to do, and just asking some more questions. Hey, how do you feel about this? I think we're going to approach this set this way. Here's your event lineup for today, or this weekend, and this is how we want to navigate it. She spent 2 separate full weeks at the Mayo Clinic this year, in the middle of our season, which certainly presents some challenges for us, and I think we're coming out on the other end stronger because she's got a stronger sense of self, and I think we know how, to support her the right way for her to be the best version of herself.
She told me that she met God in Zambia.
Yeah.
And she loved it so much. She really grew. She developed some really close relationships. She actually went back to Zambia with the organization, not on the sea trip, but with the third-party organization the following year for a few weeks. And I think it really just brought her a lot of peace, made her realize sort of her place in the world, gave her a bigger perspective. And yeah, it was life-changing.
A boy named David came up to me, and I had never met him before, and he said, God is putting words on my heart for you. And he read Isaiah 43 over me and just said, like, you are mine, and I love you. And those are the words that God speaks over me. And he said, you are a light, and darkness cannot touch light. And the darkness tried to touch you, but it can't, because you are a light. And I just broke down sobbing because I felt like God was telling me, like, I'm here for you, and I see you, and these are the things that I think about you. This is who you are in me. You are a light, and you are mine, and I do love you. And I really took those identities back with me and the power of God speaking over me. And what does God say about me? Who does God say that I am?
Just being able to push through all of these struggles in her life is extremely courageous. Getting over and being able to push through the traumatic experiences that she had in her freshman year, swimming D1, I think is extremely courageous. I think a lot of people would just stop swimming, be done with collegiate athletics as a whole, but I think it's very courageous of her to push forward and see it through.
She's a woman of faith, and she's got some great people in her corner and surrounding her, and I think there are places that she knows that are safe for her. And in the process of those safe places, she's been able to navigate a little bit more, and continue to have the courage to do the right thing regardless of the circumstance or the obstacle that comes with doing the right thing. And I think she's doing a really good job of that today.
Parents obviously are proud of their children, but when you see someone struggle that much, but just continue to do it and continue to go after their goals, that's what sets you up in life. There's always going to be roadblocks, but to see her just continue to push through one after the other, to me, it's unbelievable how proud you are of your child.
One of the biggest things that happened where God really worked in me and changed my outlook, I actually got the chance to speak at Mental Health Be Better is a mental health foundation in Holland, and they have a fundraising gala, and I got to speak at it and tell my story. And the coach who had put me through all of this was there, and so I got to tell this story in front of him. And then when I got back from Zambia, I got to pray over him and over his life, and God really had spoken to me and said, he's a person, and I love him just as much as I love you. And I did a lot of work of every night I would pray and I'd say, God, help me forgive these people. I don't want to be burdened by this anger anymore. Just help me forgive them. I'm going to keep saying that I forgive them, and I need you to supply me with the feeling. And he really worked through that to help me feel like I'm not mad at them anymore. They're doing their best. They're people. They're loved by God just like I am. And so that really helped me to kind of get over the anger and the sadness that came with Michigan swimming. That kind of carried me through the whole next year. My whole junior year, I think I really focused on like, this is a blessing, and being here is a blessing. And there's so many good things that have come from me going to Michigan and then transferring here. And I really noticed that when I start to get sad or down on myself about like what had happened, to make a list of all of the things that I would have to give up to go back. And I would have to give up my teammates and my friends and the education that I'm getting here that's amazing, and all the great people that I've met and experiences I've had, and it would never in a million years be worth it. And so I've been able to really focus on those things and just be so grateful and happy to be here.
Sports, like healthcare, requires commitment, teamwork, and excellence. That's why Hope College selected Holland Hospital and Shoreline Orthopedics to provide athletic training and physical therapy for all Hope College athletes. Get the care you deserve. Trust the team that exceeds expectations. The Holland Hospital and Shoreline Orthopedics Sports Medicine Collaborative.
Gentex is a tech company supplying electro-optical products to the global automotive, aerospace, and fire protection industries. With focused competencies in design, vision, displays, software, and more, we're always looking for engineering talent. For our direct hire hourly production positions, we run open interviews Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 at our 58 East Riley facility in Zeeland. And our facilities, benefits, and culture are everything you'd expect from a world-class employer. Now's the time to join Team Gentex.
Holland BPW is proud to support Hope Athletics and commitment to energy efficiency. It's easy for Holland BPW electric customers to get started with Home Energy 101 at hollandenergyfund.com. With Home Energy 101, learn the best ways to maximize efficiency and save on your utility bills. You also get a kit of energy-saving supplies valued at up to $300. Get started at hollandenergyfund.com today.
Are you thinking about buying, selling, or refinancing? Your title agency matters, and you have a choice. Lighthouse Title started in Holland, Michigan more than 20 years ago and has grown to over 45 locations. We are proud to be local in these communities. Visit Lighthouse Title for more information and use our online widget, Louie the Lightkeeper, to chat with someone today about how we can help you close on your new home.
Yeah, my name is Travis Williams. I'm the CEO of the ODC Network. I graduated from Hope in 1998. I studied biology, and then I also played football. In order to be successful, people really need more than just the academic experience, but they need people to come alongside them and help them, coach them, mentor them. I find that Hope College has just been one of the best examples of being able to do that anywhere.
As an invested community partner, LVZ is proud to help share Hope stories of transformational impact.
Hope students are challenged to dig deeper. They're challenged to find their calling and shape their future. They're taught to empower their talents, chase their dreams, and encouraged to make a difference. The Hope student body is ready to change the world.
It's no secret. The best way to learn about Hope College is to spend time on our campus. The Hope admissions team invites you to a personalized visit experience you won't forget. Located in downtown Holland, Michigan, our historic campus is close to shopping and dining and just 10 minutes from Lake Michigan. We invite you to check out our campus tour options or sign up for an online tour with the Hope admissions office. There's never been a better time to see Hope College. Visit us at hope.edu/admissions.
My name is Megan Bigelow, and during my time there, I was on the Hope women's soccer team. I decided to choose Hope because of the opportunity to be involved in multiple things. I didn't want to go somewhere where I was just a number in the field. I was able to double major, experience both a business academic load as well as economics. I loved the opportunity to really get to know my professors. Hope exceeded my expectations.
I'm Nate Bauman. As an invested community partner, we're proud to help share Hope's stories of transformational impact.
Our students act as beacons of hope for their community. They lead with courage, conviction, patience, and strength. They're ready to change the world.
If I do it, then I'm doing it to death. Oh yeah, I'm influencing the ones that do it best. Oh yeah, start a movement with the crew. You got a few, we got a slew. We trying to do what they said that we couldn't do. Oh yeah, I ain't living with regrets. Ain't no limits, ain't no rest. They want money, power, respect. I want more, I wanna be blessed. We want the legacy. We got the hope and we bring in the remedy. Working it steadily. We want the glory. We want the glory. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Ain't nobody gonna do it for me. Kill it every day up in the morning. It's a blessing, so I do it for the glory. The glory. The glory. You know I do it for the glory. The glory. When I do it, yeah, I do it for the glory. For the real, I know how they used to feel. Now I'm here up in the field, making these moves, making these deals. I make something out of nothing. I ain't bluffing, no discussion. Look at the numbers, I've been hustling. Little rough around the edges, still I made it though. Still I just been laying low. Man, I just feel grateful though. I know where I come from, man, I ain't alone. Yeah, and I feel so blessed. Too blessed to be stressed. And I'm with the day unos. They don't ride to the death. We got the legacy. We got the hope and we bring in the remedy. Working it steadily. We want the glory. We want the glory. If I do it, I'ma do it for the glory. Yeah, ain't
Welcome back to MIAA Baseball here from the Lakeshore Bowie Stadium. As the rain has moved through, we had a 1 hour and 10-minute rain, thunder, and lightning delay. And when last we left 70 minutes ago, Albion was at the bat with nobody out, 2 runs in, and a 9-3 lead. And they've got Braden Emery at second base. His RBI double gave Albion the 6-run lead, and Gavin White walked. And now Sam Archambault, the catcher, with this 1 hit today, part of the 12-hit arsenal for Albion. It's been a nice combination for the Britons. They started off a little slow offensively against Ian Sanders. Started for Hope, but he is gone after 5. And now Nick Bender, the third pitcher used for Hope, as the 6'7" right-hander out of Caledonia. Works his 9th appearance of the year. He's 2-0 with an 11.30 ERA for Bender. His last outing was Monday at Kalamazoo. Gave up 4 earned runs in an inning in the loss. 18-12, the highest scoring game in Hope Kalamazoo history, spanning almost 200 games. And now Bender, 14 innings of work. 14 walks, 11 strikeouts in those 14 and a third. But Albion had just 2 base runners through the first 3 innings off Ian Sanders, but then they broke loose with 2 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th, chasing Sanders. And then Cole Giesecke, the starter for Albion, he was rocked for 3 runs in the first 3 innings and 6 base hits, but then he really settled down. I'll tell you about that in a second. That one popped up on the infield. Money, the third baseman, takes charge. Halfway down the line, makes the grab for out number 1. Runners stay at first and second. Want to give a quick shout out to Scott Vanderstoop listening in from Baltimore, Maryland, sitting in someplace cozy, probably having a nice cool drink. Right in front of Camden Park, Camden Yards. Ed McMahon says, "Hello, Johnny Carson." That's a private joke, but Scott, in the words of Napoleon Dynamite, lucky. 9-3, Albion with the lead. We talked about how Hope teed off on Cole Giesecke in the first 3 innings, but all Giesecke did before his day was over would give up just 1 base runner. That was a walk in the leadoff to Cole Kinney in the 4th inning. And he retired 6 of the last 8 Hope batters via the strikeout. Jace DeMann with a beautiful diving grab, throw down to second to complete the double play, not in time, but DeMann making another spectacular play in the outfield. He has been stellar. If there was a Gold Glove in college baseball for a league or a team, DeMann would be it. Nice play. Potential 2-run saving grab by DeMann. 2 gone for Carson Dunn. Dunn, the only starter for Albion without a base hit today. Looks at a slider, in for a strike. Hope's 3 runs came in the 2nd and 3rd inning, 2 and then 1 in the 3rd. But for an offense that has been just lights out over the last few games, swing and a miss by Dunn. Hope's average almost 13 hits per 9 and 11 runs per 9. Batting .364 over the last 4 games where they've won 3, but Giesecke just closed the door on Hope today so far. We don't anticipate him coming back after that rain delay. Certainly has a few pitches left in his quill, but probably not going to happen. Kleinedler, short bobble, throw to second for the force. Albion strands 2, but they scored 2. They scored for the 4th straight inning. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. 7th inning stretch here at Bowie Stadium. 9-3 Albion on the Hope Sports Network.
It's no secret. The best way to learn about Hope College is to spend time on our campus. The Hope admissions team invites you to a personalized visit experience you won't forget. Located in downtown Holland, Michigan, our historic campus is close to shopping and dining and just 10 minutes from Lake Michigan. We invite you to check out our campus tour options or sign up for an online tour with the Hope Admissions Office. There's never been a better time to see Hope College. Visit us at hope.edu/admissions.
My name is Megan Bigelow, and during my time there, I was on the Hope women's soccer team. I decided to choose Hope because of the opportunity to be involved in multiple things. I didn't want to go somewhere where I was just a number in the field. I was able to double major, experience both a business academic load as well as economics. I loved the opportunity to really get to know my professors. Hope exceeded my expectations.
I'm Nate Bauman. As an invested community partner, we're proud to help share Hope's stories of transformational impact.
New pitcher for Albion as Cole Giesege's day is done. We'll give you his numbers, but Ian Balint, no record but a nice ERA of 2.89 will take over. 7th appearance of the year for Balint, the junior out of Saline, Michigan, just outside of Ann Arbor. Sidewinder, well, shades of Dan Quisenberry, Kenta Colvey, Raleigh Fingers, Dennis Eckersley. The list goes on. But Balint, 9 in the third innings, 9 hits, 9 strikeouts. Opponents batting .265 against Balint. As Hope trying to complete the comeback. Elliot Peter leads things off, followed by Jace DeMann and the catcher Stratman for Hope. Balint inside and hits Peter for the 14th time. He's second in the league in being hit by a pitch. So he's on. Hope will take a base runner. That's just their second base runner in the last 3 innings plus 1 batter. Nobody out for Jace DeMann. DeMann, a double in the first inning, extended his hitting streak to 7 games. He had a 9-game hitting streak earlier in the year. .14 for his last 29, and DeMann gets hit. Not the start that Balint wanted. The tying run still well in the dugout, but nobody out for Ben Stratman. Stratman's made good contact today. Had a solid single to left center field, hit off the bat like a rocket, hit by a pitch in the first, his league-leading 19th time, and then he struck out looking in the 4th. 11 RBIs for Stratman. Light hitting catcher as far as extra base power, but comes in at .316. That one over but high. Right-hander in the bullpen for Albion at the moment. Really nice numbers for starter for Albion, Cole Giesege. That one high. Balint is yet to throw a strike. Giesege, 6 innings, 104 pitches, scattered 7 hits, 4 doubles. All those hits came in the first 3 innings. 2 earned runs, a couple walks, and 12 strikeouts. Second best effort by him, only eclipsed by a 17 strikeout performance a couple years ago. There's a slider and a butte. Peter and DeMann on base via hit batsman. Hope came in batting .364, like we said, in the last 4 games. Ian Sanders, not the start he wanted after being one of the hottest pitchers in the MIAA. Upstairs, 3 balls and 1 strike. 5 innings for Sanders, 5 earned runs, 6 hits, couple walks, 8 strikeouts. Career high for Ian Sanders, if I'm not mistaken. Hope trying to crawl back in this one. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning after a 70-minute rain today. Thank you for your patience and patronage. Swing and a miss, mighty cut. We've seen a lot of swing and misses from the Hope batters today. Saul on deck. Outfield straight up, deep and short is Maisie. He's on the grass. First baseman White off the bag at first. That one foul out of play. Good pitch for DeMann. 3-7-1 for Hope. 9-12-0 for Albion. They've averaged almost 8 runs per game in their last 8, where they've won 5. Alma hung on to beat Olivet today. Olivet with the comeback, they were down 9-2, but swing and a miss by DeMann strikes him out. Or I'm sorry, Stratman on the inside part of the plate. Good pitch by Balint. 1 out in the Hope 7th. But Alma was leading Olivet 9-7. Olivet made it interesting, but Alma improves to 8-4. And just a game back at Calvin for second place, who lost today at Calvin University by a score of 12-2. Adrian defeated Calvin. So Adrian sits atop of the MIAA at 11-2. Calvin a game and a half back at 9-3, and Alma a game back of Calvin at 8-4. And Alma and Albion trying to hang on to the 4th slot. That one fouled out of play. Saul looking for his first hit. 0 for 3, couple strikeouts. 13 strikeouts for Albion pitchers today. Upright stance for Saul. Good extra base power in this right-handed bat. Lined right side, well foul. Seabaugh on deck. Bottom of the order. Struck out 8 of 15 times plate appearances today. Trying to make some contact with the runner in scoring position. 0-2. Check swing by Saul. Did he go? Yes, he did. Back-to-back strikeouts for Berlin. 2 gone for Kate Seabaugh, who trying to stay away from the golden sombrero. That's 4 strikeouts in the game. He's 0 for 3 with 3 whiffs. .322 career hitter for Seabaugh. Batted .366 last year. Came in today at .273. That one humped to the left side. Diving grab. And an inning-ending snag by Maisie as Hope strands a pair. No runs for Hope. Down 6. Top of the 8th we go when we come back on the Hope Sports Network.
Our students act as beacons of hope for their community. They lead with courage, conviction, patience, and strength. They're ready to change the world.
Top of the order for Albion, trying to win their 3rd straight. They have not been to the postseason in the MIAA tournament since 2021. Hope last year made it to the championship game where they fell to Adrian. But it's been a hot minute since Hope has not made the postseason. First-year head coach Ryan Doro with a very young ball club. Dozen or so freshmen on this squad. And a lot of freshman talent in the pitching staff, but just a young pitching staff. So Ian Sanders, that was a career-high 8 strikeouts for Sanders. He is in line to be the losing pitcher if Albion can close it out. And Cole Giesecke If Albion wins, would be the winning pitcher and improve his record to 6-2, and that would be the most wins of any conference pitcher. Chris Stoyanovsky, RBI double, 1 for 4 day. Batted .390 last year. 9 home runs, tremendous power. 3 home runs this year. That one laced down the line, right field line, trouble. Saul trying to corral it. Extra bases for Stoyanovsky as he checks in with another double for the Britons. 6 doubles on the day for Albion, a season high, as he leads things off in the 8th inning. Second of the day for him. 13 hits now for Albion. Albion had 17 hits in a win Tuesday against Heidelberg in non-conference action. That was a season high for them. That one, well hit. Collins going back off the bat of Maisie, reaching up. And he caught the baseball. My goodness, fine running catch up against the wall. That's as good a catch as you will see. Had his right arm extended to gauge the distance to the tarp on the fence, and just a long out for Maisie. Went out for Evan Schuster, all-conference player last year. Leads his team with a .356 batting average, and going to add to that tally with a 2 double day. Chopper down the line, speared by Money as it pops out of the glove. Rounding third, play at the plate. Stratman's got it in a short slide, and Stoyanovsky is cut down. Kleinedler chased it down in an easy putout. It's going to be a single for Schuster, his 4th hit of the day. So 2 gone for the DH, Austin Stevens. He's got a single for an RBI in the 5th, double for an RBI in the 4th, 3 for 4 for Stevens, the middle of the lineup. It's been outstanding for Albion. Swing and a miss for Stevens. 1 for 3 on Wednesday's game in the victory over Olivet. 19 RBI. The 2 today as he bats with a runner on first and 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. Albion actually lost to Hope in the last appearance in the MIAA tournament. They had a wild one last year in regular season play. Albion and Hope. That one into the air, right field, charging is Saul, and that one's going to get down for a base hit. Throw to third, good arm by Saul, but safely in is Schuster. So Schuster to third. Stevens and Schuster have now combined for 8 hits today. 3 doubles, a couple of RBI. And now Braden Emery with the runners at the corner and 2 outs. 4 home runs on the year, including a grand salami on Wednesday. Seven RBI in Emery's last 4 games. His RBIs have come in bunches. He had a career-high 5 RBI game and a couple 4 RBI games already this year. Bender jams him with the fastball on the inside part. Well, Hope will get 2 more cracks for their offense in regulation, trailing 9-3. If you just joined us, Hope was up 3-0. Albion took the lead with a 3 spot in the 5th inning, 5-3, then tacked on 2 more in the 6th and 2 more in the 7th as they've scored in 4 straight innings. 9 straight runs for Albion. They've won 2 straight. Inside, heading down to second is Stevens. Chance for Emery to drive in 2, 1 for 4 on the day. Stolen base for Stevens, his 7th of the year. Infield deep for Hope. Bender bends one in a little bit too high. 3 balls and 1 strike. Hope has won 3 of 4. They were pretty much out of it. 10 days ago, they were in the basement in the MIAA. That one, trouble. Saul goes back, reaches up at the warning track, and hauls it in. Perpendicular to a decent wind at the moment as Emery flies out, and Albion strands a pair. 9-3, though. Britain's in control. Hope bats in the bottom of the 8th after this.
It's no secret. The best way to learn about Hope College is to spend time on our campus. The Hope admissions team invites you to a personalized visit experience you won't forget. Located in downtown Holland, Michigan, our historic campus is close to shopping and dining and just 10 minutes from Lake Michigan. We invite you to check out our campus tour options or sign up for an online tour with the Hope admissions office. There's never been a better time to see Hope College. Visit us at hope.edu/admissions.
Ian Balint works his second inning of relief for Albion after a dandy start. Didn't start out that way for Cole Giesecke, as he gave up 3 runs and 7 hits in the first 3, but then gave up just 1 base runner the rest of his 4 innings on a walk, and that's been it. So Balint will pitch in the bottom of the 8th. Brendan Collins will lead things off. He had his first extra base hit of the year besides a home run he had early in the season. I'm talking doubles and triples. In inning number 2, followed it up with another double, RBI variety in the 3rd. So Brendan Collins getting the start in left field today. Corbin Bennett did not start today. Collins sounded like his walk-up song was a little 70s contemporary. Nothing in 1 on Collins. He's had a good day, 2 for 3 at strikeout after those 2 doubles. But batting around .325 in his last 11 games. Tied for team honors last year in RBI with 29. And he really wasn't, he didn't start every game last year. That one a mile high into center field. Drifting back is Schuster, still going back, looking up, and that one is over the fence. Home run to Brendan Collins. Second of the year for the left fielder. Bright spot for the offense, and the junior goes yard. RBI 11 on the year. And career home run number 7 for Brendan Collins. Hope leads the league in home runs, team home runs. That's their 10th of the year. Second RBI of the day for Collins. Check that, he's got 12 RBI. That one well hit off the bat of Kleinedler. Foul. Extra bases written all over it. He's been a double machine lately, has Kleinedler. And he'll have to reset. 8 hits now for the Flying Dutchman. That's their first hit since the 3rd inning. They had 3 base runners via 2 hit by pitch and 1 walk, but that's been it. Four of the last 7 hits for Kleinedler have been extra base variety. Nice pitch, slider. Kind of crossed up Kleinedler that time. Academic honor roll student last year. Kleinedler has that one thrown behind him. That one missed the black by a little bit. Wow, that'll soothe your jangled nerves if you're working the right side like Klein Edler is. Mighty cut. Nine to 4 our score. And that one hits Klein Edler. Fourth time that Hope's been hit by a pitch today. By the way, that home run off Balint, that's a first that he has allowed this year. Hope down by 5. Second time that Klein Edler's been on base, reached base on a fielder's choice, came around. Oh, sorry, Al Money. Check that. Now Klein Edler. Well, nobody's been hit more via the hit by pitch in Al Money in Hope College history. He's been hit 66 times now, and that went in on the hands of Klein Edler. Boy, the ball gets away from Balint, the pitcher. Numbers for Money all-time, 9th in all-time Hope history, 144 games. 65 hit by pitch first, and 14th all-time with 146 hits. So he's at first base. Another throwback to first. Solo home run by Brendan Collins. 2 RBI day for him has given Hope their first run since the 3rd inning. That's a strike. Wow, the catcher, Archambault, just having a heck of a time getting it back to his pitcher. We've seen that half a dozen times. Just kind of Chuck Knoblocking it there. Nobody out, runner at first, 1-1 count, and Money drawing a lot of attention. He has 9 steals on the year. On deck, top of the order, Colton Kinney in the heart of the order. See what Dylan can do, the senior. Looking for his first hit of the day. Inside, Money going, throw down to second. And Money in with his 10th stolen base of the year in scoring position. Hope getting aggressive. Oh for 3 for Klein Edler. Fielder's choice, couple strikeouts. Activity now in the Albion bullpen, a right-hander warming up. Klein Edler chases the outside slider. 1 ball, check that. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Coming into today, Hope really need to, at the very least, take 2 out of 3 against Albion, with Albion 2 games ahead of them for the final playoff spot, but really needed a sweep. And it doesn't get easier for the Flying Dutchman. They play Adrian next weekend for 3 and then close out the season against Calvin, and it doesn't get any easier for Albion either, as they will reverse that. They'll play Calvin next weekend and then finish out the year against Adrian. 2 top teams in the MIAA standings. That one popped up right side. Archambault gives chase, and that one's out of play. Approaching the 3.5 hour mark, due in part to a 70-minute rain delay. Better put dinner on simmer. Wind out to left center at the moment. Inside, and Klein Edler hit by a pitch. Going to have a pitching change as Balint hits his 3rd batter of the inning. New pitcher for Albion, Drew Renner, the senior out of Brighton, Michigan, as Balint checks out. Couldn't get out of his second inning. Third pitcher of the day as the starter, Gisagi, went 7 innings. And Balint got out of his first inning. With a little duress. Look at the numbers for Renner. 5.29 ERA for Drew Renner. He's got a 1-1 record. 7th, check that, 8th appearance in relief. He does have 1 start on the year. 17 strikeouts in 17 innings, stands up. Opponents batting .250 against Drew Renner. And he will take over on the mound with hope with a little chance to get back in the game. A solo home run by Brendan Collins gave him their first hit since the 3rd inning. Still nobody out for Hope in their 8th inning. Colton Kinney will step to the plate with 2 on. Our next broadcast will be next Friday for Hope College baseball here on the Hope Sports Network. 4 o'clock start against the Adrian Bulldogs. First place Adrian Bulldogs, up by a game and a half over Calvin. We'll have that for you just before 4 o'clock. Renner's last outing was on Wednesday. Pitched 2 innings, did not factor in the decision in the 10-3 victory of Albion over Olivet. Walked 3 in 2 innings, gave up 1 earned run and just 1 hit. We've got a new catcher in the game for Albion. Gavin White has moved from first base to catcher, and the starting catcher, Archambault, has moved to first base. Draper is at first. Archambault is out. 26, Gavin White the catcher. Colton Kinney on the day. 2 for 3, RBI single. 2 singles, a walk, and a flyout. Garrett Draper, wearing number 2, is at first. There's a base hit, creeps through the right side. Holding up is Money. Bases are loaded. And just like that, tying run is on the on-deck circle with Elliot Peter at the plate. 3-hit day for Kinney. One of the best hitters really in the month last in conference play for Hope. Elliot Peter, 327 coming in, RBI double already. It's a power pitcher. Renner pours one in outside. 20 RBI for Elliott, the sophomore. Swinging a mighty cut. Fastball, you can hear the pop of the mitt. Renner can bring it. Laced foul. Peter's been on base 12 of his last 15 at-bats. He can draw a walk. He's been hit by a pitch already today. That double in the second was his 7th of the year. Check that, 21 RBI for Elliot Peter. Second on the team in that category. And chance with the bases loaded. See if he can put one over the fence as Sun trying to make an appearance over our left side. He's worked the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jace DeMann on deck. 4-hit batsman. Solo home run by Collins and a single by Kinney has been the Hope offense in the 8th. Outside, count full, no place to put Peter. He's drawn 11 walks on the year, 3rd on the team, so looking for something good. See if Renner dishes him one in the zone. The payoff pitch. Caught him with a fastball outside corner, and Peter goes down on strikes. Third time Hope has struck out with the bases loaded. And you go back to that first inning when Hope had the bases loaded with 1 out, and Hope struck out twice to end the inning. Might be a different scenario right now. 1 out of the inning. There's a strike. Home plate umpire Malik Baker says so. 0-1. Money at third. Klein Edler at second. Kinney at first. That one in the air. Going back is Schuster. Still drifting back. He'll make the grab for out number 2. But that'll bring a run home. As streaking home is Money. And the sacrifice fly by Jace DeMann. Thought it might have a chance straight away. Our score. RBI number 20 for DeMann. Inside Cheese to Stratman with runners at the corner. 2 gone. 2 runs in already for Hope. Tying run in the on-deck circle. Oh, my goodness. That's a wide strike zone at the moment. Stratman with a single, officially 1 for 3. He's been on base twice with that single. He was also hit by a pitch. Two balls and 1 strike. Foul. These two will play tomorrow at Albion, 1 o'clock first pitch, part of a doubleheader. Off the catcher, White's glove, into score. Comes Dylan Kleinedler. That's going to be a pass ball. Down to second is Kinney. And it's a 9-6 ball game. So you're saying there's a chance. 3-run 8th inning for Hope. Slider inside, and he's called out on strikes. And Stratman's just been tossed. Ryan Doro, not terribly happy about this. Arguably an inside pitch. So Hope has just lost their catcher as the bottom of the 8th inning is in the books. 3 runs for Hope, but a chance for a big inning wasted with a strikeout call on Stratman. We'll have a new catcher when we come back as Nick Bender will toe the mound for the 9th inning. This is Hope Baseball on the Hope Sports Network.
Sports, like healthcare, requires commitment, teamwork, and excellence. That's why Hope College selected Holland Hospital and Shoreline Orthopedics to provide athletic training and physical therapy for all Hope College athletes. Get the care you deserve. Trust the team that exceeds expectations. The Holland Hospital and Shoreline Orthopedics Sports Medicine Collaborative.
New catcher for the Flying Dutchman, the freshman out of Byron Center, former Bulldog Thatcher Simon will take over for Ben Stratman, who was tossed after he struck out looking to end the 8th inning, and a little toss of the helmet and was ejected. Tough break for Hope, chance to really break it open, but they get 3, down 9-6. They'll have a chance to bat in the bottom of the 9th in regulation, but Albion trying to come up with some insurance runs as Nick Bender will work his relief inning. Sanders started for Hope. Josiah Long gave up 2 earned runs in an inning of work. Thomas Bacialupo gave up 2 earned runs, didn't get out of the inning in the 7th, and now Bender has worked 2 innings, 3 hits, has not allowed a run. As Gavin White will lead things off. Gavin White with a solo home run, sandwiched by 3 walks. Home run number 3 for White. 6 extra base hits today for the Britons. Check that 7. 6 doubles and a home run. That's a season high in doubles for Albion. Slider inside edge. Upper crease in for a strike. Nothing in 2 on White. Get some more info on Thatcher Simon, the new catcher for Hope. Inside Cheese backs away Gavin White. Outfield normal, straight up, infield, regular depth. Awaiting the 1-2 down low. Thatcher Simon, new catcher for Hope. He's played in now his 6th game. He's got 10 at-bats on the year. Good numbers for him. 3 for 10 with an RBI and a double. So he'll take over behind the plate. Two balls and 2 strikes to Gavin White. Upright stance from the right side. 9-6 Albion. Slider, froze him. Nice pitch by Bender. White caught looking for 1 out. Garrett Draper will get his first at bat after coming on as a defensive replacement in the last half inning. White moved to the catcher position. Draper hits it hard to Peter. Gathers and throws for out number 2. 2 gone for Bender in the Hope defense. Second baseman Drew Ribble making his 5th start of the year. Just 14 at-bats on the year before today's play. Had a single and a run scored, sacrifice, officially 1 for 3. Albion trying to win their 3rd straight. Stay in 4th in the MIAA standings. Popped up. Seba losing the cap, giving chase. Simon as well. Adrian a winner at Calvin today. Elma fended off Olivet, so no change in the standings. Swing and a miss. Ribble chases. Good inning for Bender. He strikes out 2. He's retired the last 4 Britons. The last call in regulation for Hope as they trail 9-6. We'll have it for you when we come back on the Hope Sports Network.
Gentex is a tech company supplying electro-optical products to the global automotive, aerospace, and fire protection industries. With focused competencies in design, vision, displays, software, and more, we're always looking for engineering talent. For our direct hire hourly production positions, we run open interviews Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 at our 58 East Riley facility in Zeeland. And our facilities, benefits, and culture are everything you'd expect from a world-class employer. Now's the time to join Team Gentex.
Saul will lead things off for the Flying Dutchman. Second inning of work by Drew Renner, followed by Cade Seabaugh and Brendan Collins. Hope trying to complete the comeback. They're going to need a walk-off in regulation. Saul 0 for 4, 10 hits for the Flying Dutchman. They had 7 in the first 3 innings. Strike called inside corner. Collins has paced the Hope offense today with 3 hits, 2 doubles, and a home run. That one lifted out of play. For Collins, ties a season high. He had 3 hits and a loss right here against Trine back on March 29th. So Collins' second home run of the season was part of a 3-run 8th. And now the count full on Saul. Seabaugh on deck. Power bat on deck. Saul's got some power too. Waves at a fastball on the outside part of the plate. And Saul strikes out for the 4th time in this game. And a big out for Albion to start the 9th defensively. Seabaugh's due. Weak pop-up, 3 strikeouts for Cade. Strike call, slider, catches the inside plate. Seabaugh came into today's play 5 of 12 with a home run against Albion all time, and quickly in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. The 0-2, way outside. Boy, Brenner, we don't have a speed gun here, but he can bring it. There's a very good pitching staff. Albion came into today's play, 3rd in the league with a 4.05 ERA. 1-2 to Seabaugh. Does not bite. And the fastball high and away. 31 walks for Seabaugh, leads the MIAA. Boy, you just think back to that bases loaded 1-out situation for Hope in the first inning. That one extra base power, but sails into the Albion bullpen. And Hope had back-to-back strikeouts to close out the bottom of the first. They made it interesting with 3 in the 8th, but trailed by 3. They need base runners. That one in the air. That one could be trouble, reaching up, and he won't catch up to this one. Seabaugh racing into second is done. Gathers, and that one kept carrying in that slipstream that goes out to left center, and Seabaugh is on with a 1-out double. Five doubles for the Flying Dutchman today. And 1 home run, courtesy of number 16, who's coming to the plate. 3 for 4, 2 doubles, a home run, 2 RBI. Besides that home run and an RBI producing double back in the 3rd. That was the last hit Hope would have until the 8th inning. As Collins looks at a strike. Collins has missed 11 games this year. He was an everyday player last year. 29 RBI in 37 games. Oh, outside pitch called for a strike. Boy, Collins, you can just tell by his body language. Not terribly pleased with that. Now he's just got to find a way to make some contact. Hope down 3 with a runner on. In the air. Could be playable right side. Draper leans over and makes the grab for a nice catch for out number 2. Hope down to their last out. See if Al can put one eastbound and down into a gap somewhere. Never had a career home run, has Al Money. Seabaugh at second. Tying run in the on-deck circle. That one in the air. Should end it. Oh, it's going to drop in. Stojanoviski couldn't catch up to it. And a break for the Dutchman as Money drops one in for his first hit of the day. Here's a guy that's had some home runs in his career. 3 for Klein Edler in his career, including his first ever game as a freshman. He had a grand slam in his first ever game in a Hope uniform. He's got the wind in his favor out to left center. Inside. It's been a good bat. Since he got back in the starting lineup, Klein Edler has been as solid as anyone. 3 for 4 on Wednesday, including a couple doubles. Fouled back, had a good pitch on the outside edge. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Renner puts him inside and out, away. Tying run at the plate. Runners at the corner. 2 gone for Hope. There's a strike call. That has been a generous zone on the outside. Hope down to their last strike. Albion trying to win their 3rd straight. High and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fans making some noise. 2-2. In the air, right side. Draper goes out of play over the batting cage off to our right. So Klein Edler stays alive with Colton Kinney on deck. If Klein Edler can get on base, driving a run, got their leading RBI man on deck. That's Colton Kinney. He's got 23 on the year. The senior Klein Edler trying to deliver once again. 2 out, 2 on, 2-2 count. In the air. That one gets down for a base hit. Fielded by Schuster. In to score comes Seabaugh. Third base to Al Money. And a 2-out single by Dylan Klein Edler has made it a 9-7 game, so the senior delivers once again in a huge hit. Didn't do too much. Took an outside pitch and dropped it into right center. We're going to have a pitching change. First hit of the day for Dylan Klein Edler could not come at a better time. We'll see who the new pitcher is as Renner's day is done. Got a right-hander on the mound. We're not sure who he is yet. It's going to be Braden Rather, the senior out of Goodrich, Michigan, up kind of by the crook of the thumb in Saginaw area. He will be the 4th pitcher utilized today for head coach Matt Ricks. For Rather, an ERA of 4.54, 8th appearance, and normally a starter, but he's been asked to close things down. He's been a good starter too. 3 complete games. Not much to show in the record department. 1-5, 41 innings pitched, 36 strikeouts. Has the propensity to give up the extra base hit. 4 career saves for Rather in his stead. He had 3 as a freshman and 1 as a sophomore. My thanks to Sports Information Director Alan Babbitt for the info, but he comes in a jam. Klein Edler kept the game alive with a 2-out base hit down to his last strike. And for Klein Edler, his 14th RBI puts him at first base. Money is at third. Colton Kinney with 3 home runs, 3 singles today, 3 for 4 for Kinney. He's gone 15 for his last 32. Kinney hit for the cycle on March 25th in the loss to Manchester. Now a chance, down 2. Big bat from the right side as the slider is up high. Hope now with 12 hits. Collins with 3, Kinney with 3. Righty on righty, third base side of the rubber. Rather delivers, fastball at the knees, nice pitch. I don't think Kinney was expecting that. Evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. 3 in the 8th for Hope, trying to complete the comeback. Fouled back. And Kinney wanted that pitch as a little nod of the head. I think he thought he missed that fastball. Hope once again down to their last strike. Tying run at first base. Money at third. Fighting off an inside pitch. Good foul ball by Kinney. Colton, the freshman, the Western Michigan transfer, awaits the 1-2. Rather. Outside. I don't think there was any way Malik Baker was going to call that a strike. Good eye by Kinney. 2 on, 2 out, 2-2 count. Same scenario as Kleinleather had. Now time called. Rather going to reset. The energy is palpable right now. Inside. White tried to frame it, the catcher, but now drawing the count full. You got to know that Kleinleather will be off and running on the pitch down at first base. Payoff. Foul. Good battle. Rather came on in the bottom of the 9th. 3-2. Ground ball. Scooped up by the third baseman Emery. Fires down low, and it's bobbled by the first baseman Draper. Money comes in to score. Albion had the game and the low throw. Draper couldn't come up with it. It's going to be an error on the third baseman Emery, his 8th of the year. And more importantly, tying run at third base. As Money comes in to score, it's a 9-8 game. We've got a pinch hitter for Hope. In to pitch for Elliott Peter is Colton Kinney's brother. And that is Grandin Kinney, the freshman out of Bloomfield Hills. And Gabe Starks will take over at first base as a pinch runner for Kinney. Starks, the freshman out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. He's got great wheels. It's been a hot minute since Kinney has last appeared in a ball game. Grandin Kinney, the freshman. 9-8 our score. Tying run at third. 3 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th. Hope has just come back from life support once again. This is, I believe this is, might be Grandin Kinney's first at bat. And it is. He's played in 2 games. This is his. He has walked once, so he does not have an official at bat. His last game was against Wisconsin Lacrosse. That one, line drive into center field. We've got a tie ball game. Kinney humps one up into center field, and he is pumped up at first base. How about that? Back-to-back RBI singles sandwiched in between the throwing error by Albion. Kleinedler comes in to score. Winning run at second for Jace DeMann. And DeMann gets hit. You could hear the thud off his shoulder. Second time he has been plucked. That loads the bases. And Thatcher Simon will bat. How about that? Grandin Kinney picks up an RBI single in his first career RBI. And now Thatcher Simon, he's got an RBI in this season, 3 for 10. The freshman out of Byron Center. Can the newbies deliver for the Flying Dutchman? Either way, we're going to extras unless we get a base hit. Last outing for Simon was in the Chicago game on the 19th of March, went 0 for 2. Outside, no place to put Simon. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch coming up from Rather. Simon, check swing, inside part of the plate. Starks at third. Kinney at second. DeMann at first. Hits a win for the Dutchman. Swing and a miss by Simon. Chased it up on the inside part of the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hope looking for a walk-off. And the bases are loaded. The third time today Hope's been in this situation. 2-2. Ground ball. Trouble. Charging. Second baseman flipped to first. Nice play by Ribble. And the inning is over. Back-to-back 3-run innings for the Flying Dutchman. And we go to extra innings here at Bowie Stadium. 9-9 our score on the Hope College Sports Network.
Holland BPW is proud to support Hope Athletics and commitment to energy efficiency. It's easy for Holland BPW electric customers to get started with Home Energy 101 at hollandenergyfund.com. With Home Energy 101, learn the best ways to maximize efficiency and save on your utility bills. You also get a kit of energy-saving supplies valued at up to $300. Get started at hollandenergyfund.com today.
Are you thinking about buying, selling, or refinancing? Your title agency matters, and you have a choice. Lighthouse Title started in Holland, Michigan more than 20 years ago and has grown to over 45 locations. We are proud to be local in these communities. Visit Lighthouse Title for more information and use our online widget, Louie the Lightkeeper, to chat with someone today about how we can help you close on your new home.
My goodness, how about a comeback for Hope? Falls just short of a walk-off, but they were down 9-3 going nowhere. 3 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th. And really, one thing that's been overlooked in this baseball game is Nick Bender has been solid in relief. He's gone 3 innings. He's not given up a run. Defensive replacements, Grandin Kinney takes over at second base. I think that's, and Thatcher Simon in for his second inning of work defensively. 9-15-1 for Albion, 9-13-1 for Hope as Nick Bender will face Carson Dunn in the top of the 10th inning. Bounder. Nice bounce for Al Money. Close at first, but Dunn bounds out on the first pitch that he sees. 1 gone for the top of the order. Ryan Darrow's going to go talk to Bender. This will be the end of the day for Bender. What a performance, by Nick Bender. Going to bring in Colin Janice. But Bender's day is done. He's been a big factor why Hope is able to crawl their way back in there. 3 innings of 3-hit baseball for Bender. Struck out 2, and he threw strikes today. 21 strikes on 28 pitches. Now Colin Janice will take over. Janice, the left-hander out of Allendale, Michigan, former Allendale Falcon. We'll get some numbers on him. Oh, 0-1 record for Colin, 9.39 ERA. 23 innings of work for the left-hander. He's a junior. So he will be the 5th pitcher used for Ryan Doro today. Nick Bender's line is official, by the way. 3 1/3 innings, 3 hits, couple strikeouts, did not allow a run or an earned run. And for Janice, 0-2 lifetime with 11.25 ERA. 13th appearance on the year for Janice. He pitched Monday at Kalamazoo. Did not factor in the 18-12 loss. Couple earned runs, 4 hits, and 4 innings worked for Janice. Walked 2 and struck out 2. Now the top of the order. Stoyanovsky. Lefty on righty. 1 gone in the top of the 10th. So Hope batted around in the bottom of the 9th, and they tied it up with 3 runs. Check swing. Stoyanovsky commits. Hope will have Saul Seabaugh and Brendan Collins, 5, 6, and 7 in the order in the bottom of the 10th. Janice outside. Stoyanovsky, 9 home runs last year, 2 for 5 today. He's had an RBI. That was a double back in inning number 6. 6 doubles on the day for Albion. There's a good slider, pours it in at the knees. On deck, Riker Maisie, the shortstop. 11 hits in the first 4 in the order for Albion. They have carried the load. 5 RBIs of the 7 on the day as well. Swing and a miss. Janice pulled the string. And the strikeout. 2 gone. That'll leave it up to Maisie, the shortstop. This is an active arm, Janice. He's got good velocity. He can spot the ball well. He's got a nice slider. Good active fastball. That one gets through the catcher, Simon. Well, if you're wondering how many extra inning games Hope has played, this is their 4th of the year. That one lined sharply but out of play. Hope 3-4 at home. Albion 3-4 on the road, and this is a big game. Hope 2 games out of 4th place behind Albion. Simon tries to spot it. Hope lost 3-2 to Alma in 10 innings right here at Boovie Stadium. That was back on the 4th. That one in the air. Saul gives chase, still by the chalk line in fair territory. And Colin Janice has a 1-2-3 inning. And Hope College with a chance to take this game as they bat when we come back on the Hope Sports Network. That is one fired-up Hope bench. We'll be right back.
The ODC Network. I graduated from Hope in 1998. I studied biology, and then I also played football. In order to be successful, people really need more than just the academic experience, but they need people to come alongside them and help them, coach them, mentor them. I find that Hope College has just been one of the best examples of being able to do that anywhere.
As an invested community partner, LVZ is proud to help share Hope stories of transformational impact.
Hope students are challenged to dig deeper. They're challenged to find their calling and shape their future. They're taught to empower their talents, chase their dreams, and encouraged to make a difference. The Hope student body is ready to change the world.
Sorry about that. Back to live action. Nick Verduzco will pinch hit for Charlie Saul, the freshman out of Mattawan, out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Kalamazoo Hackett Catholic product. Swing and a miss. 8th game for Verduzco. 2 for 12 on the year. 6-1 right-handed bat into pinch hit for Charlie Saul in the number 5 spot. Rather on in relief, normally a starter, and Verduzco is caught looking for out number 3. This is a bat who can end things quickly. 4 home runs by Seabaugh. He's had 4 of those in the last 7 games. He had 7 last year. By the way, 18 strikeouts now for Albion pitchers. Seabaugh lifts it in the air. Straightaway center field. Schuster looks up. Over the fence. Walk-off winner. The junior from Baldwin, Missouri, takes Rather yard, and the comeback is complete as he is mobbed by his teammates here at Bowie Stadium. Just to the left of the 20-foot fence in straightaway center. And how about that? 7 runs in the last 3 innings, and Albion is stunned here in Holland. 5th of the year for Seabaugh. He had struck out 3 straight times, popped up weekly. Then he had a double in the 9th, and finally, the walk-off winner in the 10th inning is Colin Janice picks up the victory. And for Janice, he picks up his first victory of the year, and the losing pitcher is Braden Rather. And Hope College with the 10-9 victory in their 3rd extra inning contest of the year, their first time they've won an extras, improves to 5-8 on the year. And now 1 game behind Kalamazoo and Albion, as Albion and Kalamazoo are now tied for 4th place in the MIAA. And Hope just 1 game back out of the playoff picture. And they needed this victory to really keep their playoff hopes alive. And Seabaugh comes through. For Janice, an inning of perfect baseball in relief, picks up the victory. Looking at the numbers for Albion today, 4-hit day for Schuster and Stevens. Hazy had a couple RBIs. Stevens had a couple RBIs. Gavin White had a home run. Schuster, by the way, a couple of doubles in that 4-hit day. And for the Flying Dutchman, 14 hits on the day. And the 5th straight time they've scored double figures in runs, led by Colton Kinney with 3 singles and an RBI. Brendan Collins with a 3-for-5 day, including his 2nd home run of the year and 2 doubles. Dylan Kleinleiter with a big hit in the bottom of the 9th inning to keep things alive. Brandon Kinney with a big hit with 2 outs in the 9th as well. He had an RBI. So a lot of heroes on this day for the Flying Dutchman as they win 10-9. So they improve to 5-8 in conference, 10-21 overall. Albion falls to 13-15, 6-7 overall. So these two teams will battle once again tomorrow starting at 1 o'clock. You can see that on the Albion College website. So my thanks to Tim Ramfos and Stephen Secor, our broadcast crew today. My name is Mike Coleman. Doesn't get any better than this. We had everything. Rain delay. We had lightning. We had thunder. Well, Cade Seabaugh provided some lightning in the bottom of the 10th with a solo shot. The home run is 5th of the year as Hope takes this in dramatic fashion by a score of 10-9. Until next Friday, we'll have baseball here at Boovie as Hope takes on Adrian in the last series of the season. Hope you enjoyed this one. We certainly did. Dinner's going to wait, but it was well worth it. Until next time, have a great night, everyone.